Hey guys, this is EdRoh. Today, we are going to be building this complete full stack, responsive social media application using MERN from complete scratch. This social media application will consist of a register page with complete validation, along with functionality to upload a user image for our profile. We can register, and we can then use what we registered to sign in, and we can enter our homepage. And on our homepage, we have a very clean looking website that we can have. We have a number of different widgets. We have the user information, everything about our current user that's signed in. We are able to make posts over here, some posts, as well as add an image for this post. We can edit, delete, and actually make the post. And we can see the post that we have created. And then we can also see the user's newsfeed of all the posts that have been created from there. Then we can also actually like and dislike any post that we want. We can view the comments as well. And from there, for each post, we can add a friend we would like, and the friend list will be updated over here. We can add any amount of friends, and we can remove them if we want to. And then from here, we can go to any of the users that we see over here. We can click on their page, and now you can see this person's friends. He doesn't have any friends, sadly. And then we have the ability for that person to write a post, and then we can see their user post as well. You can see their likes. You can add them as well. And go back, you can go to this page. And then from here, we can change from light mode to dark mode, and vice versa. And more importantly, everything is going to be completely fully responsive. So we can see the exact same website on smaller screens with modified adjustments for everything. Most importantly, everything on this page, all the information that you see on this page is all coming from backend APIs that we create from scratch, which are retrieving information from the Mongo databases that we also created. So everything from API calls, for the information that we set, the user interface that we create, everything is coming from data that we have added and completely configured. The technologies that we'll be using will include the MERN stack, which is represented by Mongo Database, Express.js, React, and Node. And more specifically for the front end, we'll be using React as our framework, React Router for navigation, Formic and Yup for form and form validation, Redux Toolkit for our state management, with Redux Persist to store in local storage, and React Drop Zone for image uploads. For the backend, we are going to be using Node.js as our runtime, Express.js as our backend framework, Mongoose for managing our Mongo database, JSON Web Token for authentication, and Multer for file uploading. Now, this tutorial is the complete package with everything built, but even with all this tutorial is dedicated for both beginners who are looking to practice their project building skills and placing this project into your portfolio. But it's also dedicated for experienced developers who are looking into building and learning about best practices and various different tech that may be used at your job or provided for your clients. As a tech lead in the industry, I'll be creating from complete scratch, explaining everything as I go, while using best practices and enterprise level packages so you can get up to speed and familiar with industry standards. Lastly, like all my other applications, this website uses free images sourced from Unsplash, meaning it is all free to use, and the website is completely designed all by me, so you don't have to worry about any copyright issues. Be free to use parts or even the whole project for your portfolio. Hope you enjoy. Let's get started. So to start building our backend, we are going to be using Node.js. So Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, which basically means we can use JavaScript in the laptop or computer that you are using. Have Node installed, but feel free to go to the description link below, follow these instructions to install Node on your machine. And then you can go to npx package. We're going to install this particular package so we can run npx commands. So you can run npm i npx. And after that, I want you to go to Visual Studio Code, and you can install this particular text editor, but you can install whatever text editor you want. So I've already done these 3 steps. Just make sure you have these things installed. For that, I'm going to be in VS Code. I'm going to open up the terminal and I'm going to run a few commands. The first one is I'm going to run mkdir server. So we're creating a file called server, or a folder called server, and I'm going to do cd server. So we go into that particular folder. And here I'm going to run some npm commands. So npm i-g node mon. And I'm going to install this. So what we're doing is we're installing NodeMen globally, so we have access to installing or running our node through a live server. So it refreshes every time we save. And then we're also going to run a lot of different packages in this folder. So we're going to run npm i express for our library body parser to process the request body, bcrypt for password encryption, cores for cross-origin requests, .env for environment variables, gridfs dash, let me spell that correctly, gridfs dash stream for file upload, as well as multer and multer grid fs storage, so we can upload our files locally. And then we're going to have helmet for request safety, Morgan for logging, JSON web token for authentication, and Mongoose for MongoDB access. After you have that, make sure you type this correctly, and we're going to be installing all of those packages, and we're going to be waiting for that to finish. Packages have installed. I'm going to run one more command. It's going to be npm init -y. And once we have that, that will set up our package JSON in this folder. And if you open up your folder directory, you're going to see package JSON. You're going to see node modules in here. Now, don't worry about this VS Code folder. This is my own separate preference settings that I added, but you can just ignore this. And so in our package JSON file, I'm going to add one line of code. So under main, actually it doesn't really matter, just as long as it's a property, you're going to write type :module, like so. This is so we can use things like import statements instead of require statements. It's your preference. I'm just going to have that. I'm going to do new file, add index.js. And inside our index.js, actually, let me close the terminal so we have more space. We're going to we're going to add a lot of import statements so that we can install our packages. So I'm going to import express from express, like so. Import body parser from body parser. Import mongoose. And as you can see, your IntelliSense will tell you what you can import. And when you have this option, you should just click on it or hit enter, and it automatically types it for you. It's very convenient, so I highly recommend you use it. It also prevents bugs because you won't be able to mistype it. It'll automatically do it for you to the proper package that comes in. So cores from cores. In this case, the IntelliSense wasn't showing, so import .env from .env, import multer. That one popped up. And then import helmet from helmet, import Morgan from Morgan, and a few native packages I'm going to import, which is import path from path. So this comes with Node already, so we didn't have to install this. And I'm going to import file URL to path from URL. So these two will allow us to properly set the paths when we configure directories later on. All right, and then from here, I'm going to create a comment, and I'm going to say configuration. So this will include all the middleware configurations as well as different package configurations. So middleware is basically something that runs in between different requests, basically basically functions that run in between different things. It's just a fancy term. And then from here, we're going to do const file name equals file URL to path, and we're going to do import.meta.url. So this configuration is so we can grab the file URL, and it's specifically when you use the modules. So for example, when we did this module, we actually need to use this configuration, so we can use directory name, which is the next thing we're going to create. So const dir name equals path.dir name __ file name. So this is only when you use the type modules. Next, we're going to do .env.config, and we're going to invoke that so we can use .env files. Then we're going to do const app is equal to express. So we invoke our express application so we can use our middleware. So we're going to do app.use express.json and invoke that. And then app.use helmet and invoke that. App.use helmet cross origin resource policy. And I'm going to put the policy of cross origin, like so. And then I'm going to do app.use Morgan and pass in common. App.use body parser.json, and we're going to have a limit of 30 megabyte so we don't have any issues, and we're going to do extended : true. And then we're going to do app.use body parser.url encoded. I'm going to set a limit of 30 megabytes as well. Extended : true. A lot of these settings are on the website, so you can find all these packages and their separate GitHub repo, and you can see what a lot of these configurations kind of do. The next thing is going to be app.use cores. So this will invoke our cross-origin resource sharing policies. And finally, we're going to do app.use/assets express.static path.join __ dir name. And in here, I'm going to do a comma and set this as public/assets. And then close these parentheses like this. So what this is right here is doing is going to set the directory of where we keep our assets. And in our case, it'll be the images that we store. So we're going to store this locally. In a real live production app, we would want to store it in an actual storage file directory or a cloud storage like S3. But in this case, we're going to want to keep things simple because this is going to be a long course. We want to make sure we store this locally, and that'll help simplify a lot of the things that will happen. And so next thing is we're going to set up the file storage configurations as well. So we're going to do const storage equals multer.disk storage. And we're going to set the destination, and we're going to set that as a function rec file cb are the params. And all we have to do is pass cb null, comma, public/assets, like this. And then we're going to set file name function rec file cb like so, cb null file dot original name. So a lot of these configurations are coming from the package instructions. So basically I got all of this information from the GitHub repo of Multer. So this is how you can save your files. So anytime someone uploads a file onto your website, then it's going to say destination. It's going to be saved into this particular folder. And then from here, we're going to say const upload is equal to multer, curly braces, storage. So that will help us save it. And anytime we need to upload a file, we're going to be using this variable. And from here, we're going to actually set up our Mongo database. So we're going to go to mongodb.com, which is in the link in the description below. And we're going to hit start free to set up our account. And we're going to be signing this up. And once you sign up, I'm going to hit create your Atlas account. After it loads, it's going to ask you to send a verification email. And I already set up my email and verified it, so I'm going to hit continue. I'm just going to fill this out. Doesn't really matter. Other test. For language JavaScript, we're going to hit finish. And we're going to hit free. So we're going to create a free database cluster. We're going to go down. You're going to choose the one that's very close to you. I'm going to choose Oregon. Go down here. Everything should be left to default after that. We're going to hit create cluster. And this all should be free. All right, and then from here, you're going to see this security quick start. So we're going to fill this out real quick. So we're going to say dummy user 123. I'm going to create the user. And then from here, I'm going to hit my local environment. And I'm just going to hit add my current IP address. What this will allow you to do is be able to connect to the database from your IP address. So later on, you can change these settings. You can make it everything different if you want. And go to database. Close this. Just close it. So now you can go in. You can see that you have browse collections. You can see that this will be the location of where you have your database and your information on those databases. And if you wanted to change your network access is over here. Database access as well is for the user. So you can set whatever you want in these two settings. But we've already set it up. So we're pretty much good to go. And from here, I'm going to go to connect. I'm going to hit connect your application. And I'm going to go in. I'm going to copy this guy right here. And I'm going to create a .env file in our server folder, .env. And I'm going to write mongo underscore URL equals, in quotation, we're going to put everything that we have over here. And we do have to add our password, so I'm going to be doing that off screen. Have added the password to the Mongo URL. I'm going to add port equals 3001. We're going to have the front end running on port 3000 and the back end running on port 3001. That's what this is for. We're going to save that. We're going to close this. I'm going to open this up. And we're going to now be setting our mongoose. So from here, I'm going to create another comment. I'm going to say mongoose setup. And I'm going to say const port is equal to process.env.port. And if it doesn't work, we're going to say the port should go to 6001. So this is a backup. Just in case if this port doesn't work for some reason, we're going to have that. And then we're going to do mongoose.connect. And now what we're doing is we're going to connect to the actual database from the node server. And we're going to use our Mongo URL that we just created. And we're going to pass in use new URL parser. And we're going to also pass use unified topology. And then on the next line, I'm going to say .den. So this is what's going to happen after we connect. We're going to do app.listen, and we're going to put our port, and we're going to do a callback function. We're going to say console.log server port, and we're going to give our port that we just wrote just to make sure and confirm that we are sending that. I'm going to keep that, and we're going to add a catch just in case if we have an error. I'm going to say console.log error did not connect. So save it. And now we can open up our terminal and we can try and running it. Use new URL parse is not supported. Oh, that's because it should be parser. So make sure you have the R at the end. So we're going to save it and it's going to restart. And now we can see our server is being run on this particular port. Perfect. Our server setup, there's actually one thing we should be doing before we jump in and writing our APIs. And that is we can take a look at the final build, or we can take a look at mocks, whatever you have, and you want to see how you're going to organize your data models. What data models are ways of organizing your data in nice, succinct categories and making sure they are separate from each other and we can make relations between each other. We're going to be using MongoDB, which is a little more freeform compared to SQL type database where everything is about relations, but still it's important to try and organize your data beforehand so that when you go into code, you have a very good structure and you can save so much time by doing this. So if you take a look at this build, we want to categorize into a few things. There's a few things you would notice is that we can organize it via user. This was fairly obvious, but this is a user and they're going to have a location associated with them, an occupation, some number of views, impressions, as well as their social profiles. So this is one data model that we can keep, as well as posts. There's another one. We have a user, we have their description of the post, whether they're friends or not with the post, and the user profile as well, and the image, number of likes, and comments like that. So what we want to do is we can take a chart. You can use whatever chart you want, or you could just write it straight up in the code. You want to be able to organize everything via different objects and relations. So for example, user, we're going to have an ID, first name, last name, a list of friends, email, password, the link to the picture, location, occupation, the number of views, impressions. And we're going to do the same thing for posts as well. So this is a lot of things that you kind of want to look at beforehand and make sure you structure this so that you know how to keep your models clean. If you don't do this, you're going to waste so much time refactoring your models and trying to do all this. This will save you so much time. And from here, you also want to make sure you know what the relations are. So for example, friends, arrays of object, meaning we want to be able to create an array of these type of objects within the friends list. So we're going to have an array of this type of object. So an array of ID, first name, last name, picture path, occupation, location. Now there's a couple things that are up for your interpretation to figure out whether you want to do it this way or another way. So for example, what I could have done with the friends is I could have put an array of IDs. So I get a list of arrays of IDs that refer back to itself because friends could be a user as well. So we can instead put friends of IDs. However, MongoDB always suggested to prefer to keep subdocuments whenever you can. So that allows you to have information more easily accessible. And you only want to do referrals of IDs if you need to. So this is just a little bit more of an advanced tip, but this is how you would structure your database. And you're going to have to continue making this. I've already created all the relations, so I'm going to link this in the description below. These are all the relations. It's a little crazy, but it's pretty self-explanatory, but the picture path was going to refer to the images. This is where all the images are located. Same with the friends, they have a picture path. Same with the post, they also have picture paths as well. And then user ID is going to refer to this user. So there's a lot of relations between, but it's very nice to keep this mapped out beforehand before you code. So it gives you a very good idea of how you write the code. I know this is a lot of talking, a lot of thinking, but this saves you a lot of time. And this gives you a good overview of how you set up your database. And it's very important to do that beforehand. Really don't understand this right now, that's okay. We're going to be referring this diagram as we create these models. So let's actually, now we can jump back into our code. Here, I'm going to close the terminal so you can see better. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to tackle authentication and authorization, which is going to be arguably the hardest part of this application. So now there's a difference between authentication and authorization. Authentication is basically when you register and then log in, that's authentication. Authorization is when you want to make sure someone's logged in so you can perform certain actions. So only users that are logged in can get their list of friends, or they can only get their list of posts if they're logged in. So things like that is what you would use authorization for. So we're going to start with authentication. So we're going to go down here and we're going to write our auth register function. So under file storage, I'm going to go down. I'm going to write app.post. Actually, let me write a comment over here, and I'm going to say routes with files. And I'll show you what that means. So app.post is going to have a path of auth/register. So if they want to register, you're going to call this API from the front end. And we're going to say upload.single. And we're going to name this picture. And then comma register. So let me explain what's happening here. So typically you have a route, and this is the route that we're going to hit. From there, we're going to use a middleware. Oh, I spelled this wrong, so this should be picture. We're going to do upload.single picture. So what this will do is we're going to upload our picture locally into the public/assets folder. And this is what's called a middleware, because it's in between and occurs before our actual logic. So this is what's the logic of saving our user into our database and all the functionality relevant to register. But this is a middleware function that we can run before it hits that endpoint. So this is what we do. And we're going to be creating this register controller as well. And with that, we're going to make sure we're going to now create this function. This function is actually called a controller, is what people term it. But basically, this is the logic of the endpoint. And we're going to create an import that represents that. So we're going to import register from /controllers/auth.js. So we haven't created this file yet. So I'm going to open up the Explorer. And in our server folder, I'm going to create a new folder, call this controllers, and I create a new file in that controllers folder. And this is going to be called auth.js. So typically, this is how you organize your code using these kind of methods. And in here, we're going to import a number of things. We're going to import bcrypt. Let me close this. From bcrypt. So this will allow us to encrypt our password. We're going to import JWT from JSON web token. So this will give us a way to send a user a web token that they can use for authorization. And then we can do import user from /models/user.js. So we have not created this user model. And so let's go to our models. So we're going to create a new folder called models. And inside this folder, we're going to create a file called user.js. So now this is where we can actually use the information that we created with this schema. So we have this basic entire object that we want to place in here. So we're going to be doing that slowly. So I'm going to import mongoose from mongoose. So this will help us set up our model. I'm going to call this const user schema equals new mongoose dot schema, like so. And we're going to pass in an object. So now this is kind of close to what you would write with an object, except there's some parameters that we're going to be setting. So for example, we're going to set first name. We're going to say type string, require equals true, min of 2, max of 50. So what this will do is that we're going to have a first name that has these properties. So it's going to be a type of string, and it has to be required with a minimum of 2 values and a maximum of 50 values. So we can set what we want for this user and have validation checks if we wanted to confirm that this is the case. And then we're going to do the same thing with the last name. So I'm just going to copy this over and call this last name. We're going to do the same thing with email. And we're going to say max of, we're going to get rid of the min, and we're going to say unique is true. So you cannot have duplicate emails. And that would make sense. Actually, apologize for the typos, but these should be required with the D. So make sure you have that. And then we're going to continue on. We're going to say, we're going to copy the same thing. We're going to have password, type string. This should be required to be true and a minimum of 5. Now, normally you would have much more configurations for password, but we're just going to keep it simple. I'm going to copy this down, say picture, path, type string. This is not required. We can just say default is empty string. And then we can have friends. And this should be a type of array. Default of empty array. And then we're going to have location string, occupation string, viewed profile number, impressions number, and then that should be good for our first object. So we're going to have this as our main object, but we're also going to put comma after this object, and we're going to put timestamps :true. So this will give us like automatic dates for when it's created, when it's updated, things like that. It's kind of convenient. We're not going to really use those, but just to show you. And then from here, I'm going to say const user equals mongoose dot model user, and we're going to put user. Actually, it's capital user schema. So when you create a mongoose model, you want to create this mongoose schema first, and then we pass it into mongoose.model, and we pass it into user, and that should be how you go about it. And we're going to do export default user. Now, if you look at this, this closely aligns to the object we created right here. So this is going to be our mongoose schema. So this is why this is very important. Later on, if you mess this up, your data is all messed up, so we're going to have to reset the data. You're going to have to redo everything, and you're going to refactor, just waste a lot of time, give you lots of headaches. So that's why it's important to set up your model beforehand. And then with that, we're going to go back to our auth folder or auth file, and we're going to continue writing this. So I'm going to say register user, and I'm going to create our register function that we were originally doing. So we're going to do export const register, async rec res, and we're going to do a callback function like this. So now let me explain. This has to be asynchronous because we're going to be calling Mongo database. And when you make a call to Mongo database, that's going to be asynchronous. So it's essentially like an API call that you do from front end to back end, then back end to a database. And rec res, so this will provide us with the request body that we get from the front end. And the response is what we are going to be sending back to the front end. So this provides us those type of functionalities. And Express provides this by default. And then we're going to have a try catch block. So we're going to do try catch error like so. And we're going to attempt to do this logic in here. And then from here, I'm going to do const first name, last name, email, password picture path, friends, location. Actually, I spelled friends wrong with an I, occupation, and we're going to grab this from the rec.body. So basically, we're destructuring these parameters from the request body. So on the front end, we're going to have to send an object that has these parameters, or I don't know, arguments, as you call it. And you're going to grab this and use this in this function. So right now, we haven't created the front end. We can do this and set this up so that in the future, when we create the front end, we can basically take it. So here we're going to do const salt, and we're going to await bcrypt.gen salt. So what this is going to do is we're going to create a random salt provided by bcrypt. So this is basically encryption, and we're going to use this salt to encrypt our password. So we're going to take another variable, and we're going to call this password hash, and we're going to await bcrypt.hash and pass in our password and provide the salt. So to encrypt our password so that the password is not exposed, we can create a salt, pass it in, and hash this together. So we get a password hash with that. And in here, we're going to use const new user equals new user. And we're going to pass in object in here, and this is where we're going to create our user. So now, just FYI, the way this register function will work is that we're going to encrypt the password, we're going to save it, and then after we save it, when the user tries to log in, we're going to provide the password, or they're going to provide the password, we're going to salt that again, and we're going to make sure that's the correct one, and we're going to give them a JSON web token. So that is exactly the flow that we are looking at, and we'll cover this shortly. And so I'm going to pass in first name in here, last name. Actually, we can copy all of this to make this easier. So I'm going to replace all that. First name, last name, email, password, but the password is going to be the password hash. So we don't even store the real password in there. We're going to have picture path, friends, location, occupation. And we had viewed profile. So this, we're just going to give it some dummy value. So this, we're not actually writing the functionality. We're just going to give it some random value in here. So for the sake of simplicity, because this is a pretty big project already. So we want to simplify it. So we're going to have impressions, and I'm going to copy this math.floor, math.random times 1,000. So it's just going to give it a random number between 0 or 1 through 10,000. And then after that, we're going to do const saved user, and we're going to await new user.save. So we're going to save this user, and we're finally going to use the res argument that's provided by Express, and we're going to do res.status 201.json saved user. So what we're doing is we're going to send the user back. If all of this doesn't error out, we're going to send the user a status of 201, which is a status code, meaning something has been created. So make sure you understand the status codes. You can look those up, but you want to send the user back the correct status. We're going to create a JSON version of the saved user so that the front end can receive this response. And just as a front end engineer, you always want to look at and make sure they're getting the correct response. So this is a lot of where backend engineers need to spend a lot of time making sure the data coming back from the backend is correct and in the proper structure that the front end can use. Otherwise, it creates much more work for the front end as well as backend if you have to refactor this. So in this case, we're sending back the exact save user in the correct format, and the front end will also use the same format as well. Now, if you work at some companies, they're going to have different naming conventions, and that's okay. It's just kind of annoying. But if you have the same naming conventions, you can use the exact data that's being sent from the backend. So that would be perfect. Otherwise, you're going to have to find ways to write code that will convert it. And then from here in our catch function, we're going to write res.status 500. So this is what happens when something goes wrong. We're just going to send the front end a status code of 500 with an error message of whatever the MongoDB database has returned. So that's what this is particularly doing in this case. So if there's an error, front end's going to get this error message with a status code of 500. And with this, we have the register complete. There was one thing to note. Make sure you use your IntelliSense, and then you would realize I spelled bcrypt wrong. So I had an extra R, so make sure you erase that. So we save it. And what I'm going to do is what I opened up is a separate front end package. I already have the front end deployed and ready and it's running. The back end is what we're currently working on. So what we're going to do is we're going to write this form out and we're going to make sure our endpoint works. And before we do that, let me make sure that I have this clear. I added this folder off screen. This is the assets folder with all the images that we use for this website. So make sure you have this input into your server so it works. It is in the GitHub repo. It's in the link in the description below. So make sure you place this in the proper folders so you will have access to the images. And now if you go over here, we're going to write some name, something like that. Or actually, let's call this fake person. And we're going to say fake location, fake occupation, give it some random picture from our images. So I'm just going to give one of the random images. I'm going to say fake person at gmail.com and add a password. We're going to register. And what's going to happen is if we check our network tab, I've already made several calls before, but if you check, we have a payload that sends all this information. We can see the response it gives us, or in the preview tab over here. So make sure you see the network tab. This is where you can see all your API calls, and you can see all the information the backend is giving you. As you can see, we have email, first name, last name, and all the values that we've set, but also the timestamps with this created ID, updated that, and as well as an underscore ID that we did not create. So Mongo database creates a random unique ID for every model or every data that we create. And we can see that we've created this perfectly. And then we go to Mongo database and you can check over here to see if you have your data. So we can go to browse collections and then we can see the users. I've already created one before off screen. And then you can see the one we just created. This is how it looks like. Now they say object ID, but this is basically a string. This is everything that we need, and we created our user successfully. Now we can go back to our index.js, and now we are going to work on our login information. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to go to the top, and I'm going to write import auth routes from double quotation ./routes/auth.js. So we have not created this. This is going to be a route folder where we have the path and the routes for every type of feature. So in this case, it would be auth feature. And the reason why we didn't do it for this particular one, this should normally be in that route file. This is what you would consist of for those route files. The reason why we don't have that is because we need the upload variable right underneath or right above. We need to set this in the index file. That's why we cannot move this into its separate file. So that's why we have this separate section. Only when we need to upload a file. For the other routes, we can keep them separate. So we're going to say routes. And over here, we're going to say app.use/auth. And we're going to pass in auth routes. So this will help us set up routes and keep our files organized and clean. And now if I go back, I'm going to close everything over here. And I'm going to open up our directory. We're going to go to server. We're going to create a new folder. And we're going to call this routes. Excuse me. Routes like that. And then in here, I'm going to create a file called auth.js. And this is where we're going to create the routes. So we're going to first import express from express. Then I'm going to import login, which is going to be a controller, which we have not created. /controllers/auth.js. And we're going to set up our router. This piece of code will allow Express to identify that these routes will all be configured, and it allows us to have these in separate files to keep us organized. So instead of doing app.use, we're doing router.post instead. So we're going to do login, login, and we're going to do export default router. Now here, I've not specified auth, like here. In this case, this would be auth/register. But when we do this routes, we have /auth that identifies that this will be prefixed onto login because we are using auth routes here. So anytime we specify here, this is going to be auth/login, not just /login. So we have that set up. And now we can finally go back to our controllers file. And this is where we're going to be setting our login function. All right. And then from here, we're going to go below the register and we're going to say logging in. And we're going to create a function, export const login equals async rec res. And we're going to do a try catch block again, error. And we're going to copy the catch error from before because that's going to be the same thing. Now you can customize the error messages. For this simple app, we're not going to do that. And here we're going to destructure email and password from rec.body. So we're grabbing the email and password when the user tries to log in. And we're going to say const user await user. Oh, don't forget the equal sign. Await user dot find one email : email. So here, what this is doing is we're going to use Mongoose to try to find the one that has this specified email. And it'll bring back all the user information over here. And we're going to say if the user does not exist, we're going to return res.status 400.json and say message user does not exist. So this is what happens when the user cannot be found. So if they put an improper email, this is going to return the error right here. And then next, we're going to say is match. So this is going to determine if we match the password. So the way we do this is we're going to use bcrypt to compare the password they just sent and the user password that's been saved inside the database. And they're going to both use the same salt. So what's going to happen is it's going to use the same salt to compare whether those two turned out to be the same hash. And we're going to say if isMatch is not true, we're going to return res.status again. Just going to copy this over and instead say invalid credentials. So this is how you validate whether the user is writing the correct user and password, or correct email and password. And then we're going to do a const token. So this is where we're going to use jot tokens. So we're going to sign this with the ID, the user ID, and we're going to pass in a secret string. And we're going to write this secret string over here. And we're going to write that in our env file. So in our env file, we're going to do jot secret. I believe that's how it's spelled. Yeah, jot secret. So we're going to go back to our .env file. And what you're going to do is this could be anything you want. So it's just going to be some super hard string to guess. But to be fair, this could be any type of string, as long as it's not guessable. So typically you probably don't want to use that kind of string, but you want to make sure your string is a secure one that you can keep. And then with that, we're going to do user.password. We're going to delete the password so it doesn't get sent back to the front end. We just want to make sure that's kept safe. And we're going to do res.status 200.json, pass in token, and then user, like so. And with that, we have our logging now set up. Now, just FYI, typically when you work at a company, you're going to have either two situations that happen. Either the company is going to be using a third-party authentication, which is most likely. They're going to have some kind of different authentication being handled by some third-party company who's very good with security, which is way more secure than something like this. And generally, those are preferred in production level application for big companies because authentication is really big and there's lots of ways to hack this. An alternative is they either have a team that will do the authentication themselves and they will make sure everything is secure. So those two are usually what happens at real companies. This is a very basic setup. You cannot verify that this will be very secure for many use cases, but this is the basic way of how authentication works. So this is very good to understand what's happening when you register and then you log in. It gives you some kind of token or some kind of validation, and then the user can use that to sign in, and that is used as verification. This, now that we have the login function complete, we can go back to our website. We can say fakeperson@gmail.com, put in the password. We can say login, and as you can see, we can now see the home page. Now, if you see, we have a lot of different red network, meaning they're failing because we have not created these endpoints, and the front end is sending all these endpoints as well. So when you take a look at this login, this is going to be the payload, the email, and the password. And then the preview is going to be token, user. It's going to send back the user information to the front end. So this is what's being sent back to the front end. And as you can see with the login home, it's taking us to this page because we successfully logged in. Perfect. With our authentication being set up, now we have to worry about authorization. So authorization is basically when the user is logged in, they have functions or they can do things that a non-logged in users can do. So they can hit API endpoints that a normal user would not be able to. And the way to do this is we're going to create a new folder in server, and we're going to call this middleware. And in this middleware folder, we're going to create a folder called, let's see, Auth.js. If I can do this properly, Auth.js, there we go. And in here, we're going to import import JWT from JSON web token. And we're going to create a function called export const verify token equals async. We're going to have rec res and one optional parameter called next. So this next parameter will allow us to have the function continue. And I'll show you what that means. But let's write this first. So we're going to have try and then catch. I'm going to pass an error. And like before, we're going to write the same error as usual to just keep it simple. But in a real application, you want to make sure you handle all these errors properly. It just takes too much time to do it in this project. So here we're going to do try. In here we're going to say let token equals rec.header, and we're going to pass in authorization. So what we're doing is from the request from the front end, we're grabbing the authorization header, and that's where the token will be set on the front end, or the front end will be setting this, and then we can grab it in the back end through this key. And if token does not exist, we're just going to say return res.status 403.send access denied. So basically this handles a case where the token doesn't even exist. So that means they're not even sending it. And then if token dot starts with bearer, so we need to make sure it starts with the bearer token or bearer string, and we're just going to grab token dot slice from 7 to tokens dot length, and we're going to trim left like so. Actually, this should be singular, so token, and we're going to have that. So what this is doing is basically we want the token to be starting with bearer. So again, this is going to be set on the front end, and we're going to take everything from the right side of this bearer. So the token will be placed after a space in the bearer. So that's how we're grabbing the actual token. And then from here, we're going to actually, this is where we're actually going to check with JWT when we created it earlier. So we're going to do JWT verify the token, and we're going to pass in our jot secret like so. So this is where, again, we're using that secret string that you don't want other people to know. And we're going to say rec.user is going to be verified. And then finally, we're going to run the next function. So for middleware, this next function is what we have to use so that the next one will proceed to the next step of the function. Now, the way you would use this, we're not going to use it just yet. We have no APIs to put this, but typically, for example, if you were to set it on this particular route, you can put it before this or you can put it after this, but you just always want it before the last logic, and you can say verify token like this. So if you wanted to protect this route, then you would have this verify token function middleware before the register. But because this is a register function, we don't want, they're not verified yet. They don't have a username, so we don't want to put that there. But for the routes that we create in the following moments, we will need verify token. So that is authorization for you. With all that being done, now we can go, I'm going to close all this. We're going to go back to our index.js, and now we're going to create the user's routes. Now, before we write the routes, let me discuss what those user routes will represent. So if I go over here, the user route, we're going to need one user route where we grab the particular user. And also, if we go to an individual page, we should be able to grab that user's routes as well, or user's information. So we're going to have to make that versatile enough so we can grab any user via probably just their ID. And then from there, we're also going to have get user friends. So we want the friends list as well. And then finally, we want one more route where we can add or remove friends. So there's 3 routes we want to create under user routes. So we go back to our code. In this index.js, we're going to set up a separate routes for our express router to use. So in this case, we're going to do users and then comma user routes like so. Make sure you capitalize the second R. And then up here, we're going to import user routes. User routes from .routes/users.js. And then we're going to go to our routes folder, we're going to create a new file, call this users.js. And in here, we're going to import a number of items. We're going to import express from express. We're going to import preemptively the controllers, which we have not created. We're going to call this get user friends, add, remove friend. Forget the capital. And then from / controllers / users.js. And we're also going to import verified token, which is what we created. Verified token from / middleware / auth.js. That's going to be this particular guy that we created. Export cons verified token. Make sure that's important. Now we have everything we need. So we're going to do const router equals express dot router. And we're going to create the read routes. The read routes represent routes where we grab information. We're not actually saving anything to the database. We're not updating or changing anything in the database. So that's what a read route is. So if you are familiar with CRUD, which is create, read, update, delete, the read is the R part. Now with the users, we're not going to follow CRUD to the T because we want to keep the functionality limited so we can have a limited application so we don't have to go through the entire application. If we have all those features, it's going to take forever and forever, but I want to get through the main routes. So here we're going to say /ID, comma, verify token, comma, get user. So what's happening is, since we created this particular route with users, this route is going to be users / some ID. So this syntax represents if the user or the front end is sending a particular user ID over here, we can grab this ID and call our database with that particular ID. So this is how we do query strings from the front end. That's what it's called. You can put a query string that will grab the particular ID. And then we're going to have router.get and do :/ID /friends. We're going to verify token, get user friends like so. So this will basically this will get the user and this will just grab the user friends if we need to call that separately. And then here we're going to have one more, and we're going to say update. We're going to say router.patch this time because this is an update function. Update function, you want to use patch instead. And in here, we're going to pass an ID again, but this time we're going to do friend ID. So we need both the current user who is logged in and the friend ID of who we want to add or remove as part of our friend. And just note, this is more like Facebook where you have friends, you have a friend list, you can remove them, less like Twitter where you have followers and you follow them. So keep that in mind. So add, remove friend, and we're going to just do export default router so that Express knows. We're going to save this. And now we're going to set up our controllers, which is where all our logic is going to be. So we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this users.js in controllers. And in here, we're going to import user. Actually, our IntelliSense is showing where the models is coming from. And we're going to do read. And we're going to create our first function called get user async rec res, and we create a function. And we're going to do try catch. And we're going to do res.status 404 JSON message error.message. We're going to have an error. this should be like that. And in here, we're going to grab the ID from the rec.param. So like the query string, we can grab the ID from that particular string, and we can use that particular ID to grab the information of the user that we need. And for this get user, this is all we need. We just need to send back to the front end everything relevant to this user after we found it. So this is all we need to do for this particular function. And then from here, we're going to do export const get user friends. And this is going to be the next function. This will grab all the user friends related to the ID that you specified. So again, we're going to copy const ID rec params like this, paste it in, and I'm also going to find the user as well. And from here, I want to grab the friends, which we are going to use promise.all because we're going to make multiple excuse me, make multiple API calls to the database. So we're going to do that by doing user friends.map, grab each ID that the user has, and we're going to do user find by ID and grab all the information from the friend IDs. And with that, we're going to make sure that we can format this in the proper way for the front end. So we're going to do friends.map, and we're going to pass in and set up all the information that we need to set so that front end will need. So in this case, we kind of wanted to modify our schema a little bit before we send it back to the front end. And we're going to give it all these parameters, picture path. And I'm just going to copy this because we are just going to return an object with all those things that we just grabbed. So now our four friends are all formatted. We have all the users, all the information that we need. And we're going to be sending this to the front end. Formatted friends, like so. I did forget to do a try catch block here. So I'm going to do try. I'm going to cut everything in here, move it inside. I'm going to do catch error, like so. And I'm just going to copy the same error that we did before. And I'm going to save it. Once it saves, Prettier will format. And then finally, we're going to do the update, like so. And we're going to do add remove friend. So this one's kind of long, so we're just going to do export const add remove friend. And I'll show you how we can grab our user friends as needed. So I'm going to do try catch error again. Do res.status 404, pass it in. And then from here, we're going to do const ID friend ID. So we're grabbing both those. We're going to grab the user using await user.find by ID and passing an ID. So we're grabbing the current user as well, all that information. But also we want to grab the friend information. So we're going to do user.find by ID and then passing in friend ID. So now from here, we're going to have to do some kind of tenuous logic a little bit, but we can make it work. So user.friends, we're going to see if the friend ID is included in the main user's friends ID. If so, if they're included, we want to make sure they are removed. So if the friend ID is already part of the main user's friends list, we want them to be removed. And we do that by doing user.friends.filter, and we're going to pass in ID, and we're going to say ID does not equal to friend ID. So filter function, again, is a JavaScript function where we can just say we're going to copy this, basically the same array anytime this is not equal to that. So we're basically removing when ID is equal to friend ID. And then we're going to say friends.friends. So, sorry, friend singular dot friends. So this friend you have to remove the user from their friends list. So we do that by using the same filter function, except we're just going to set this as ID. Like so. So we're checking if the current ID in this friend list is equal to that one. And if so, we're going to remove them. All right, so now if they're not included, we're going to add them to the friend list by doing user.friends.push friend ID. And we also want to do it from the friend as well. Push ID. So essentially, we're adding both of them. So we're doing what Facebook is doing. If one of them removes each other, then both of them will be removed. Same with the opposite. One of them adds them, it gets added to both. So we're going to do await user.save, await friend.save to make sure we save this updated, like updated list. And then what we're going to do is we're going to format it once again, because we want the friends list to be formatted as we did before. So we're going to grab all of what we had from get user friends. So we're copying line 19 through 26. We're going to go down, paste it, and we're going to have everything should be basically the same. So we're just going to get user.friends.map. We're going to call each of the users. We're just going to grab it and then format the friends to the front end so that the front end can use it. And we're going to do 200.json formatted friends. And we're going to pass that in. And we're going to save it. And now we should be able to have users, grab users, get their friends list, be able to add and remove. So we're going to our user routes all taken care of. We're going to go back to index.js and we're going to handle the final set of routes, which is going to be the posts. So we're going to do app.use/posts in our index file again. And I'm going to say post routes. And we're going to make sure we import those. So if we go up, I'm going to do import post routes from ./routes/posts.js from a file we haven't created. And we need a routes with files. So when we create the post, we need to allow the user to be able to upload a picture. And that's why we need to create the post route over here. So we're going to say app.post/posts. And I'm going to give it a middleware verified token again. And I'm going to make sure we import that. If you noticed, when I was writing it, the IntelliSense came up. So if you see this, you want to make sure you click it so that the import comes in as well. All right, so now going back to it, I'm going to do upload single.picture. And what this is doing is that when we send from the front end the picture image, this will grab the picture property. So this is the property that you're setting. So if you set picture, and that's where the image is actually located in the HTTP call, then this will grab it and upload it into the local. That's what this is particularly doing. So you can change this to whatever you want. Make sure whatever from the front end, that aligns with the same property. And here we're going to do create post. And that's going to be a controller that we're going to be setting as well. So we haven't created that yet. So I'm going to do import create post from ./controller /posts.js, like that. And then from here, we can now go to our routes. We're going to create a new file. We're going to call this post.js. In here, I'm going to import a number of items. Import Express. From Express, actually, no, I don't want that. I want it to be lowercase. I don't want it to come from Express. And here, I'm going to import get feed posts, get user posts, like post. So these are controllers we have not created. /controllers /post.js. And then I'm going to import verified token. And this time the IntelliSense popped up. So we have the import. We're going to say router is equal to express dot router like before. And I'm going to set up read. And I'm going to set up update. And in the read, I'm going to do router.get slash comma verify token comma get feed posts. So this is going to grab the user feed when we're on the home page. The home page is going to curate all the posts. Actually, it won't curate. It's just going to take every single post that exists in the database and just going to give you every single one. And obviously in a production level app, you want this to be curated. You'll have an algorithm, a very sophisticated algorithm. Nowadays, they're using AI and machine learning to make sure those feeds are relevant and providing value for the advertisers and things like that too. But this is basically just sending all the feeds for our cases to keep it simple. And we also need a second route. And this one is going to be involving user ID because we want to grab only the user, this relevant user's post only. So that's relevant to if you go to the final app build, and if I click Steve Ralph, it's only going to grab his post. And in his case, he only has one post. This will show only his post on his page. If you go back, this is going to show every single post that we have in the database. So that's the difference. And then from here, we're going to do router.patch. And we're going to say /:ID /like verify token. Oops, verify token. And then do like post. So this is for liking the post and unliking it. And that represents obviously right here. You can see that it gets selected and goes up and down. And it gets saved if you liked it. So we're going to save that. And now we can go to our controllers. We can create a file called post.js. And this is where we're going to write our controllers like we did before. So the post is a little more complicated than the users, but we should be able to make through. So we're going to import post from /models /post.js. Now we have not created this model, so we're going to do that. I'm going to open up our directory. We're going to go to the models folder. We're going to create a new file, post.js. And again, we can refer back to our data model. And these are all the properties that it has. It has its own ID. So this is something we don't have to specify. This is auto-generated by MongoDB. User ID is going to be the user who posted it. So we need a reference. Then the first name, last name, location as well. And then the description represents the actual description of the post, as well as the path to the user, because we have the user image, and then the picture URL as well as the likes. So the way we store the likes is going to be a little more complicated. We're going to have an object. And in this object, we're going to have a reference of who liked it. And it's just going to represent a Boolean. So this is going to be an object, and I'll show you how this will be mapped out. And the comments is just going to be an array of strings. Now, normally you would have comments. You could create another model if you wanted to be more specific. For example, each comment could have the number of its own likes, like on YouTube, you can have a comment and that can be liked and that can have its own replies. So you would create a separate model for that. But in our case, we have a very simple idea, which is just posting the string. I did that because it makes it simpler. But typically, if you're trying to make a real social media application, you probably want to separate that into model. So again, data modeling is kind of like, you have to kind of know a little bit. It's a little bit more advanced. So if you don't fully understand how to go about correctly, it's a lot of trial and error, and then you start to see different patterns. So I'm going to show you how both the likes and comments are set up, because those are the two most complicated things here. But everything else is pretty self-explanatory. And with that, let's jump into it. So we're going to do import mongoose from mongoose. We're going to do const post schema. We're going to say mongoose.schema, like we did before. We're going to pass in an object. We're going to say user ID. And we're going to say type is string, required is true. I'm going to copy this, and we're going to copy paste over here. We're going to say first name, last name. And over here, we're going to say location. Actually, this one doesn't have to be a string or required. We can just say string like that. Description should be a string. Picture path should be a string, because that's just a URL. Same with user picture path. So this represents the profile image. It's going to be string. Likes is going to be a map. So now typically you use an object, but this is going to be a map. That's how MongoDB saves it. And we're going to have a value of Boolean. So all we need to do is check if the user ID exists in this map. And the value is just going to be true always if it exists. So if you like it, you're going to add to this map. If you don't like it, you're going to remove that map. And the reason why I did not use an array, where I could store an array of strings, of the user ID strings, to see if they liked it or not. But if you use a map, it's much more efficient. It's just more performant. In this case, it won't make a deal because there's not that many likes. But if you have someone who has like 20,000 likes, you're going to have to go through and loop through every single one until you find the ID that you're looking for. Otherwise, in our case, we can just go straight in an object. So it's a dictionary in Python or whatever. It's basically O of 1. If you understand those, it's O of n versus O of 1 is what you kind of have to think of it. But anyways, we're going to do comments. We're going to say type array. We're going to say default is going to be an empty array. So the default value for comments is going to be empty array. And then here, I'm going to add one more object. This is just going to be timestamps. True. So we have the timestamps here as well. And just like we do, this is just basically the Mongoose template. So we do mongoose.model. We say post, and we're going to do post schema like so. And we're going to do export default post. And now we have our post model. And then from here, we can go back and we can continue writing the functions. So I'm going to have a create functions. So this is going to be export const create post. So this is going to handle the function that we created on the index.js file. This will actually have an image getting passed through to the middleware. But obviously it doesn't make it past the middleware, because the middleware handles the picture. Here in this point, this is just the logic of creating the post. And okay, I don't want to forget the try and catch block. So try catch error. And we're going to say res.status 409 for when we error out here. I'm going to say .json, say message error dot message. So we have an error handling. So we can do user ID, description, picture, path. So this is all that the front end is going to send us. We just need the description. We just need the user who's posting it and the picture URL that the users, or a picture of the post image that they want. We're going to say const user is going to be await user.find by ID. And as you can see, I imported the user just now because I forgot to import that. And we're going to have user ID like so. So we want to make sure we grab the user information. And then we're going to create our new post into our database using new post like this. So we're going to say user ID, first name. And the first name is going to be user first name like so. Last name, same thing, user dot last name. Location with user dot location. Description, user picture, path, and that comes from the user as well because they have the profile image. And then we're also going to pass in the post picture path, which is just going to be picture path. The likes is just going to be an empty object because it starts with 0 likes. And again, like I mentioned, you're going to have some ID over here and it's going to look like this. So this determines if someone's liked it or not. If they're not listed, that means they have not liked it. And comments is going to be an empty object as well. And then here we're going to say await new post dot save to make sure we save that into the MongoDB. And we're going to say const post equals await post dot find. So basically we save the post, we're going to make sure we grab the post, then we can return it. Because we want to be able to save everything that's needed, and by doing so, we can grab it, just to make sure. And once that post is done, oh, actually, sorry. This is not actually grabbing this particular post. This is grabbing all the posts. Because once we add this post, we need all the posts to be returned to the front end. So the front end has a list of the updated posts. So now the news feed is updated with that person's post. So you always have to consider what to return and how the front end is going to be affected by that return. And that's where a lot of people see front end as something easy, but this is where things get hard because you have to consider what the backend is sending you. You have to format that and make sure that when the backend sends you the information, you're going to have to update the front end accordingly. So a lot of time, the hard parts of a big enterprise application is going to be dealing with the APIs, how they're sending it, and how you're grabbing it, and how you're formatting it. And sometimes you have different restrictions because of that, and that's where things get hairy. Just a point. And then from here, we're going to have read, and we're going to handle the get feed posts function. So now this is going to grab all the posts of everyone, so we can have basically something that represents like a news feed for a user. So again, we're going to try catch error, and this, or actually let's change that. We're going to copy this. 409 is for the error of creating it. Here we're going to give a 404. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to grab the post because this is basically grabbing the news feed. So we're going to do the same exact thing. And in this case, we're going to do 200. 201 represents you created something. 200 is just a successful request. So this is how we did the get feed. Very easy. And similarly, pretty easy is going to be get user feeds or get user posts. I'm going to say async rec res. And this is going to be pretty similar. So I'm just going to copy the try catch block like so. But instead, what I want to do is grab the user ID, rec.params, and what we're going to do, await post.find. We want to pass in user ID inside the posts and send the posts back. Actually, we could just put this as singular to be consistent. So this will only grab the user feed posts because by using find, just sending the user ID, it'll only match the posts that have this requirement. And then finally, the last one is going to be read, which is probably the hardest part. So we're going to have an update comment, and we're going to have export const like post async rec res. And inside here, I'm just going to paste everything that we have just so I don't have to rewrite this. So I'm going to delete that. I'm going to keep this blank so I can write that later. This is all good. And now here we can do the like. So we're going to grab the ID from the rec params. So we can grab the particular user. Or actually grab the relevant post. And we're also going to grab the user ID, this time from the rec body, because that's how we'll be sending it from the front end. So the ID comes from the query string. User ID comes from the body of the request. So we're going to say const body or post. Sorry. Let me fix that. Const post is equal to await post dot find by ID. And we're going to pass an ID like this. Const is liked equals post dot likes dot get. And we're passing in user ID like so. So this, what this is going to do is we're going to check in the likes that if the user ID exists. If the user ID exists, that means that post has been liked by that particular person. And if so, we're going to say if is liked, we're going to say post.likes.delete user ID. So again, like I said, there's an object that includes a list, or as the keys, it's going to have all the IDs. And if that exists, we're going to delete it. And if it doesn't exist, we're going to say post.likes.set. We're going to set user ID to true. So again, deletes if it already exists, sets it if it doesn't exist. And then finally, we're going to do const updated post. We're going to say await post.find by ID and update. And we're going to pass in ID, pass in likes of post.likes. So this is how we're going to update a specific post. So we pass in ID, we're going to pass in likes to our new post that we have been modifying. So this is going to be the list of likes that we modified. And we're going to say new is going to be true. So we just want a new object. And we're going to say status 200, and we're going to pass in the updated post once we have that. So this, to recap, we're grabbing the post information. We're grabbing whether the user has liked it or not. And if it is liked, we're going to delete the user. If it is not existent, then we're going to set it. And finally, depending on what this post.likes is, we're going to update our post by finding it first and passing it the new likes. There's a lot to take in. And then finally, we pass in the updated post so that we can update the front end. And just remember, we always have to update the front end once you hit the like button. So this is how you clarify it on the front end. All right, that was a little bit of a handful, but we have now completed our backend. We have all the routes. We have everything we basically need. And we have most of the information going to be set. So then we are almost ready for the front end. With that, let's open up our terminal. And it seems like we have an error because if I go back, I go to, let's say, users controllers, users.js. We had a typo. I'm going to put user.js. We should save it. We're going to start it, and now it's running. And after that, if we go, we can see the front end. If I refresh it, I get all the information that we need. Now, we don't see the post. We don't see the friend list because this is the only person that exists on this platform. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back. If you see the link in the description, I have a link to the data section of this app. But basically, I have this folder called data, and I have a file called index.js. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy over from, you can copy it from the repo, but I'm going to paste it. This has a lot of mock data that will pass in fake information about the user, about different users. So we don't start with a blank slate. So to do this and to pass this in, this is just a data file. So we're going to go to our index.js file, and we're going to import some of those things in here. So we're going to import user from /models. We need to pass in the models. Make sure we have the .js as well. We're going to import post using IntelliSense. And then we're also going to import users and posts from the data file or data folder we created. Index.js, like so. So that exists over here. There's a user section, and there's also a post section down there. And what we're going to do is when we start this up, we're going to manually inject this information, and we're going to do that doing user.insert many. We're going to pass in users, and then post.insert many posts. Now what you have to be careful of is that you only want to add this data one time. So right here, I'm going to save it, and it's going to insert all the data. But if I save it again, it's going to restart. It's going to add duplicate information, so I'm going to comment this out. So only when I need to, I'll use it. Let's save it. Now if I go to MongoDB before we go and check, I'm going to refresh. And when we refresh, we should be able to see all the documents that exist. All right, and then as you can see, we have 6 pieces of information. These are different posts. And then we go to users. We have 10 different users. Perfect. So that's how you can manually input data into the Mongo database, just for, like usability purposes. You want some fake data so that you can actually use the app. And so if I go to my app now and I refresh the page, now we should be able to see all our posts. And what we can do, we still don't have friends for this person, but we can add friend like that. We can add them as well. We can add them as well. And we can go and click onto that particular user. We can see their friends. We can see their friend list, which is us. And then we can see their post as well. We can like it and such. All right, so if you go here, there is a bug that I just found. So if I hit this, it's going to break. That's because if you go to the post model, I accidentally had a plural for the types. So we're going to delete that. I'm going to save this. And if I go back to my Mongo database, I'm going to delete both of these because it's going to mess up the data. So as you can see, if you have a bug, sometimes you have to redo it so you have a fresh collection. So I'm going to delete both of these by dropping them. And I'm going to reinsert this information right here. So I'm going to uncomment this out, save it, and then you comment it out again. You can save it. Now the information should now be there if you hit refresh. And there you go. And if you refresh it, and because I have an application where I have persist storage, and so I have to recreate the user. Fake location, fake occupation. Just gonna add a random user, fake person, make sure this is spelled correctly. Fake person. We're gonna register and we're gonna log in again. And now we should see the comment. All right, perfect. Sorry for the mistakes. There we go. We have a friends list. We have everything all set up. With the backend, everything is good. Everything works. We can now finally move on to the front end. With that, we have everything set up on our backend. We have the entire folder completed out. Now we can start finally on our front end. So I'm going to go back. I'm actually just going to close a bunch of these folders so we can keep this clean. Close all of this, and we're just going to have our terminal open up like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the parent directory. We're going to write npx create react app client. However, if you do not have npx installed, I will write the command where you can install it. So since we have Node installed, we can run this. So npm i-g npx. So if you don't have npx installed, just type that command and it's going to install the npx package for you. So I'm just going to delete that and I'm going to run npx create react app client. And we're going to wait for that to finish. That's installed. We're going to go into our client directory and we're going to be installing a number of packages. So I'm going to be installing React Redux, Redux being the most popular enterprise level state management tool, and then at redux.js/toolkit. Toolkit being a very easy way to use Redux. It's a wrapper around Redux that makes it very, very easy and highly recommend as the main state management library that you can use. And then I'm going to use Redux persist so that you can store the state, selectively store state into local storage if you need to. So if we want to save our user and token information into local state so that when the user closes the tab and they come back, the information is still there in the browser. And then React drop zone. So this is a component that will handle file upload and file handling on the front end so we can send it to the back end. .env for environment variables, formic for form handling, and then yup with validation, React router DOM at 6 for handling React router different routes and different pages, and finally Material UI. So Material UI has a number of packages that we need to install. First is going to be at MUI/material, at emotion/react, at emotion/styled, at MUI/icons material. We're going to hit enter and we're going to wait for that to install. And then one thing I want to get out of the way is I'm going to open up our Explorer. I'm going to go to server. I'm going to go to public and then see the assets. I'm going to click on the LinkedIn and the Twitter. I'm going to click both. I'm going to copy. And inside our client, in our public, I'm going to create a folder called assets. And I'm going to paste it here. We're going to be needing these two images on the front end. And this makes it very convenient. I'm going to close these and then go back to our source. And in here, I'm going to be deleting a number of files, setup tests, report web vitals, logo SVG, app.test.js, app.css. We're going to be deleting all these files. We're going to go to index.js after. We're going to delete this comment and the function invocation, and as well as the import of report web vitals. Save that, go to app.js. I'm going to delete everything in the header, lowercase this app, delete this logo, and we should be good to go for here. Here I'm going to import some Google fonts. So I'm going to go to fonts.google.com, which is in the link in the description below, and we're going to search up a font called Rubik. Rubik is a pretty nice balanced font, which is a sans serif, and provides us with a little bit of a different, unique style than, the regular ones you see like Open Sans. So we're going to grab 400, 500, and 700. We're going to open up this tab, and we're going to see at import. We're going to copy everything in between the styles. Copy that. Go into our index.css. We're going to delete everything in here. And we're just going to paste everything we copied. And in here, I'm going to write some CSS. This is the only CSS we're going to be writing globally. So we're going to do HTML, hashtag root dot app. And we're going to do height 100%, width of 100%, and a font family of Rubik. And going to give it a sans serif as backup. And we're going to be saving that. We're going to add one more file to client. And this is going to be called jsconfig.json. And what we're going to do is we're going to add compiler options and do base URL. And we're going to add this as source directory. And we're going to do include source. And now what this is doing is that when you import different files into other files, you can just start from source. What that means when we code it out, it's pretty simple to understand. It makes our lives a little bit easier. So we're going to save that and close that. And the next thing we want to talk about is our React Redux file folder architecture and React router setup. So the way we're going to set this up is we're going to set it up based on scenes, or essentially how the UI looks. So in this case, if I go back to the completed application, we're going to have a home page like this. Then we're also going to have a separate page we're going to call this profile page as well. And then if you log out, this will be the login page. And we're also going to have a navbar, which is going to be a separate thing because it exists globally. And then we're also going to have components that are shared. And inside of each one, we're going to have these things I'll call these widgets. So the widgets you saw with the posts, a single post will be its own widget. We're going to have the user widget. You're going to have the friend list widget, as well as like that. But we're also going to organize via the pages as well. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a new folder. We're going to call this scenes. And we're going to create a folder called home page. Another folder called login page. A folder called profile page. A file called navbar. And a scenes called widgets. So these home page, login page, navbar, profile page, these are basically portals into which we set up the layouts, or sections where we set up the layouts for our components. Then we're going to have another folder outside the scenes folder called components. So these are components that we can reuse throughout. So if anytime we're reusing a component that's going to be used in multiple locations, we can put this into components. They're going to be a separate idea from widgets. And then finally, we're going to have another folder called state. And this is where we're going to have our Redux and Toolkit information, and that's going to be separate as well. To keep your data and the components separate is usually ideal. Sometimes you have to connect them together, but in this case, it's very nice to have them separate. So we're going to have an index.js over here. Just to set these things up, I'm going to create an index.js in our homepage. Actually, this should be JSX. Just FYI, the difference between JS and JSX is that JSX represents files that have components, React components in them. But it's just more of a syntactic sugar. What that means is just a different way to identify what file has components, other files don't. And in here, we're just going to do const home page capitalized. And I'm just going to do return. And I'm just going to say div. I'm just going to put a div in here and say home page. I'm going to do export default home page. So right now, I am just setting up the skeleton just so we can have a non-error when we import it. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to copy this, create another one in the login page, Next.js, paste it. I'm going to select both of those. I'm going to change this to login page. Same thing over here. And copy and paste it. Index.js, or actually JSX. We're going to paste it. I'm just going to call this profile page with capitalized, doesn't really matter. This will be a temporary. And we're going to do the same thing for Navbar as a temporary placeholder. So we're going to do that, nav bar, like so. I didn't save this one, so I'm going to close all of these. And now we should be pretty much set for our layout. And with this, we're going to go to our app.js file. I'm going to close this. And actually, we can just delete the import from app.css because we deleted that. And we're going to be importing a number of items. So we're going to import browser, router, navigate, routes, and route, all from React router DOM. And then we're going to import home page from the scene we created. And by the way, this is the whole purpose of the JSConfig JSON. This allows us to reference scenes instead of having to do a lot of relative imports just like that. So this makes it very convenient. In many cases, this is not that important over here, but in other cases, this will be quite useful. Keeps it very clean. And then we're going to import login page as well, and then import profile page from that. Then I'm going to go into our component. I'm going to write const mode equals use All right, and then from here, I'm going to go into our component, and I'm going to go into our, between our div, I'm going to put browser, router, like so, close it, so we can use our routes, and we can set up our routes as well. I'm going to have that, and we're going to put our route of path equals slash, and we're going to say element is going to be login page. And I'm going to close this route. So this will essentially be our login page. So that's the page people will come back. I'm going to copy and paste this one. I'm going to say this should be slash home. And in here, it's just going to be home page. And we're going to do this one more time. and we're going to set this for each profile. So this one is going to be a little different. We're going to say profile slash user ID. So this is a param that we can set. So if you go to profile slash to whatever user ID, then you can hit this route. And we're going to say profile page, like so. And then that will be how we set our routes. Now let's actually set up our Redux Toolkit state. So I'm going to go into the state folder into index.js, and I'm going to be importing create slice from Redux.js toolkit. Const initial state is what I'm going to be setting up. This essentially will be the state that will be stored in our global state. So this type of information, this data will be accessible throughout our entire application, and we can grab it anywhere we want. So we don't have to pass in state and properties down to different components. Now, again, I really highly recommend Redux and Toolkit. If you're using Redux, you should always use Toolkit now. And among all the state management libraries, I know, what was it? Recoil? Was it Recoil? I forgot. Or no, Jotai. One of those is getting a lot of popularity. Personally, I still recommend Redux simply just because Redux is just proven for a long period of time. Most people know Redux. They might know the old way, but the toolkit simplifies a lot of these things for you and makes it so easy. And I'll show you that a lot of the boilerplate is just kind of gone. So here I'm going to be setting up our entire state. So I've already written out the actions and reducers and all the state logic over here. So we're going to keep all the information. We're going to start with this, and I'll explain these actions as we go. So we're going to have mode of light. So this is going to represent dark mode and light mode, and we're going to configure it globally. Then we're going to have user. We're going to start with null. Token, that's going to be null. So this is all the auth information we're going to store. And then posts is going to include all the posts that we need. And then we're going to have export const auth slice equals create slice like so. And then in here, we pass in a name of auth to represent the auth workflow, and then initial state. Essentially, we're passing an initial state into initial state. And then finally, we do reducers. So this is our actions. So essentially, you can think of this as functions. That's basically it. These are functions. These are functions that involve modifying the global state. That's the only difference in this and a regular function. I'm not sure why people always use fancy terms to describe it, but these are just functions that do what you need. And so the first thing we want to create is going to be set mode, and this will be changing from light mode to dark mode. So we're going to have state.mode equal to state.mode. If that is equal to light, we're going to change it to dark. And if not, we're going to change it to light. So essentially, if it's dark, we're going to move it to light. If it's light, it's going to move it to dark. That's all this is doing. And Redux, if you come from Redux, Redux has this idea of you can't change this state directly. You always want to replace the object as opposed to directly modifying the state. Toolkit has this built-in library called IMER. This is the one thing I might not agree with, but basically you can act like you modify the state directly, even though under the hood, this is not what's happening. But essentially, this is state.mode represents the previous condition, and then what you set it to will be the new state when you call this function. All right, and then set login will have state and action. So action is going to be just like functions. This is where you set, they call it payload, but it's basically just the params or arguments for the function. That's what all that means. And then from here, we're going to say state.user is going to be equal to action.payload.user. So in our payload, this is the parameter. We're sending a user parameter from this function. And then we're going to say state.token will be action.payload.token. So basically this includes all the arguments. So action.user, action.token, action.payload.user, action.payload.token. So those are just parameters. We're going to do this something similar for set logout, just a little bit different. And we're going to say state, and all we're going to do here, state.user equals null, state.token equals null. So when you log out, when you hit the logout button, we're just going to reset this to have nothing in there. And we're going to have set friends. So this will set the friends into our local state because we need to keep this information. And what I'm going to do is check if state.user, if the user already exists, we're going to set state.user.friends, and we're going to be setting the friends inside our state, as long as the user already exists. Otherwise, we're just going to say console.error user friends non-existent. And then from there, we're going to say set posts state action. And inside here, we're going to say state.posts equals action.payload.post. So as you can see, these functions are pretty straightforward. Like set logout, we're just emptying it out. Set post, we're just going to set the post. These are simple functions that modify our state as we need. And I've already done this beforehand, so these are the functions that we kind of need. And I'll explain them when we actually use them. So state.action, state.post or set post. This one is the most complicated one. We're going to say updated posts. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our list of posts, map through each one, and if post.i_id is equal to the current post ID that we're sending into this function, we're just going to return action.payload.post. So we're going to return the post that we want. So we're only going to return the relevant post. Otherwise, we're going to return what we currently have. So we only update with the updated post that we changed, and it's coming from the backend. We're only going to be setting that particular post. Everything else we leave as it currently is. So I'll explain this when we actually do it. It'll make more sense. This is kind of complicated. So we're just going to say updated post. State.post will be the updated post. And then from here, this is part of Redux Toolkit. All we have to do is we're just going to repeat our actions. And we just have to write every single one of them. Set post equals auth slice dot actions. And we're going to do export default auth slice dot reducer. And this is basically our entire state. This will be all the logic that we'll need for the entire application for Redux. And then finally, we just have to configure a few things, specifically more so for persist state, but we're going to set the reducer inside our index.js file. So over here, I'm going to import auth reducer from ./state. So we're going to export the reducer we just created. Then we're going to import configure store from Redux.js Toolkit. We're going to import provider from React Redux. And we're going to import a number of things. This is when you use Redux persist only. So if you're not using Redux persist, you don't have to really do this, but this is specifically for Redux persist. Persist reducer, we're going to have flush, rehydrate, pause. So this it is kind of weird to do this. Purge, register. And we're going to do that from Redux dash persist. And then we're going to import storage from Redux dash persist lib storage. And finally, we're going to import persist gate. Now, Redux persist, I think I mentioned it before, but this is so we can save all the state. So all of this information will be stored in local state, meaning anytime the user like closes the tab or closes the browser, that information will still be stored in there. The user information will still be there. The only way they can get rid of it is if they clear their cache. And this is good for certain things if you want to keep the information. Session storage is an alternative that will have information saved for that particular session, but if you close the tab, that information will go away. But local storage is perfect for this use case, so then I don't have to re-sign in. So the way we set this up, we're going to set up persist config. We're going to set key of root, comma, storage, comma, version, :1, like so. And we're going to say const persisted reducer. And we're going to say persist reducer and persist config, comma, auth reducer. So we're going to have the reducer persisted. And then from here, I'm going to set the store using configure store and pass in reducer with persisted reducer. And we're going to set the middleware get default middleware. So if you're wondering where I'm getting all this information, I'm getting a lot of this from both Redux.js Toolkit in combination with Redux persist. They have documentation on what to exactly write, and that's what I'm doing. It's not like I know Toolkit that well in terms of like setting these parameters up. It's just there is a set of code that I wrote down and I'm just following it. And this is to ignore some kind of warning that they have if you're using persist. So we're gonna pass in everything that we had over here. So I'm just gonna copy this, paste it in here, and those will be our ignored actions. And then finally, we can just go to our provider. And inside our provider, store equals store, we can pass in our app. And then for persist to work, persist gate. Inside of here, we're going to pass in loading equals null, persister equals persist store like that. Now I know what you're thinking. There's still a decent amount of boilerplate. You still have to configure all this. You only have to do this once, but once you configure it, you're good. There is another state management library. I forgot the name, but it's getting a lot of popularity. The only thing I'm cautious about using one of those libraries is that right now, when you have some basic application, maybe you have, you don't really need too much functionality and you don't have a lot of use cases, then those state managements are perfectly fine. You can get by and have even less code than this, and it's perfect for those. But be careful of those people who are hyping some of those packages. They're not considering, they're not going in, they're not creating production level applications where you have all these weird edge cases. This happens a lot. When you have a big application, you get into these weird little specific edge cases, and it becomes a headache to work around. Now, Redux has been around longer, and this is why using older libraries sometimes, as long as it's good enough, they are usually the desired package to use. And I highly recommend Redux. It's been there for a while. A lot of the use cases has been created. For example, like persist storage using local storage. This has been refined, made sure there's no bugs. And this is why you would use something like Redux over those other state management tools. Yes, you can get up and running faster with some of those other tools, but Toolkit makes it easy enough that it's worth using so that you can always scale your application as much as you want later on if you ever have a need for it. So this is why I highly recommend Stay away from those highly opinionated people saying Redux is gone, things like that. It's just chances are they haven't tried it. They haven't tried a lot of these packages. They just kind of say what they feel like at the moment, and they want to speak their opinions. With that setup, we're going to create our theme file in our source directory. So I'm going to create a new file, call it theme.js. So right here, if you go to the link in the description below, I'm just going to copy these color tokens that we have from the file. So you can get these. I don't want to spend the entire time just writing and typing these. I feel like you guys might be bored. So you can just go to the file and copy these directly. Or if you want, you can pause the video and just look at this right here. So we have primary, these colors. Note we start from 50. Same over here, we have gray from 0, 10, 50, 100. And then from here, I'm going to set the MUI theme settings. Feel free if you want to skip this section, you can copy all of those, but I will do this part manually so I can explain a few things as I go. So I'm going to say theme settings. I'm going to say mode in parens and return. And in here, I'm going to say palette like this. So this is going to set up Material UI theme. So by doing this, we can set the default colors for Material UI themes. So it makes it easier for us to configure what we need. And so we're going to have two settings, like I mentioned, with mode of dark. And if it is dark, so we're going to do a ternary operator. If it is dark, we're going to set these particular settings. So I'm going to say palette values for dark mode. And then we're going to do primary. I'm going to say dark is going to be color tokens dot primary 200. Main is going to be color tokens primary 500. I'm going to set light is going to be color tokens primary 800. So now these are values that I've set kind of, I've tested it, chosen colors that I feel like looks good and match well together. So this is what I'm doing. We're going to say color tokens. So instead of me constantly typing this, I'm just going to copy color tokens.gray, and I'm going to put bracket 100 like so. I'm going to do main, paste it 200, medium main. We need a lot of shades of gray for this. I do 300, medium, color tokens gray 400, light, color tokens gray 700. Here I'm going to set the background as well. I'm going to say default is going to be color tokens.gray 900, comma, alt, color tokens dot gray 800. And with this, I'm going to save it. Actually, it's not going to auto format because we still have an error. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up this ternary operator. And I'm going to copy all of these values inside. And I'm going to manually change each one. So I'm going to say for light mode, this is going to be 700, 500, and then 50. And this is going to be 700, 500, 400, 300, 50. This is going to be 10 and 0. So now if you notice, if you're curious what these color settings are they're kind of like inverted a little bit. So you have almost inverted colors. I did manually go through and test them, see which one looked the best together. And then I'm going to put typography. Now we're going to set the typography settings over here. So we're going to set font family. And I'm going to do Rubik, sans, serif. I'm going to be joining these together with a comma. I'm going to set the font size of 12. And I'm going to set the H1 settings. And I'm going to copy the font family.join like so. And then post in font size of 40, comma. And from here, I'm going to just copy and paste this several times. And we're going to set each one for different font sizes. We're going to keep the fonts the same, but we're just going to change the font size. This will be H3. I'm going to set this to 24. We're going to set this H4. This will be 20. H5 is going to be 16. H6 is going to be 14. And that is our Material UI theme settings. So if you take a look, you can take a look and double check all the values you have in the finalized repo. I have a link to this as well. And then from here, we're going to go back to app.js and we're going to configure some of our settings for our theme. So we created the theme settings, but we have not placed it in the components yet. So that is going to be what we're going to do. But we're going to import a few things first. We're going to import use memo from React. Import use selector from React Redux. Import CSS baseline theme provider from @MUI/material. Import create theme from @MUI/material/styles. And then finally, we're going to import theme settings from the file we just created. And that's going to be from ./theme. And then from here, above our return, we're going to do const mode. And we're going to be grabbing the mode that we have from our state. So the way we do that is we're going to do state.mode. So this will help us grab the value we created in our initial state. So if we ever want to grab information from the store, we just have to use useSelector, grab the state in the correct reducer, and it's pretty much there. It's very easy to use. So const theme will be use memo, and we need to pass in create theme. And this is one of those things we just have to do once for each app. So theme settings, we're going to pass in mode, comma, and we're going to put mode in brackets. So this will set up our theme. We have yet to pass it into Material UI yet, and that's what we're about to do. So we're going to pass in theme provider, and we're passing in a property into theme. We're going to wrap this around the routes. And now we should have our theme configured for Material UI. And then one thing we want to add is CSS baseline. This is not really relevant to the theme, but it's going to reset our CSS to basic CSS. So if you ever heard of CSS reset, this is essentially what it's doing from Material UI. They have their own version. So this makes it very convenient to reset our CSS. We have most of everything set up. Let's actually open up our terminal, and we're going to run npm run start. We want to confirm everything's working so we don't have any errors when we start it. So when you open it up, you can go to localhost, refresh it. You can open up your, the console in your browser. You can use Command-Alt-I to open it with the shortcut. Or if you're on a PC, you can use Control-Alt-I. And that will open up. See if you have any errors. This is good if you see something like this. So this is all we need. We just want to make sure this is running, up and running, so we can go on to the next step. So I'm going to go back to our code. I'm going to close the terminal so you guys can see. I'm just going to close all these tabs out just to be more clear. And I'm going to go to our client folder, go to source, components, and I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this flex between. Oops, not a folder, a new file. I'm going to call this flex between JSX. So here I'm going to import a component from Material UI. So at MUI/material, import styled from MUI system. And I'm going to create a component called flex between equals styled box and close it. So if you have ever never seen this syntax, I don't use this too often, but this is very good if you're reusing CSS as a component. Now, you can use style component. This is essentially called style components, and you can name this component as you want, as if it's another component, and you can just pass in CSS properties in here. And in this case, we're going to do display of flex, justify content of space between, align items of center. By doing this, this allows us to reuse this set of CSS properties through different areas. And this one, we're going to be using this quite a bit. It's very useful to have something like this so we can align things and flex things into the proper locations. And with that, now we can go and create our navbar. So navbar will be the first thing we create. So here, we're going to go to the navbar component, and I'm going to import a number of items. So we're going to import use state from React. And I'm going to import box from MUI material. And in here, I'm going to import a lot of different components. So I'm just going to type all of this out. So I'm going to do box, icon button, input base, typography, select, menu item, form control, use theme, and use media query. I'm going to go down. I'm going to import icons now. So if you're curious, material UI icons, and go over here. You can see this is where you can find the icons. You can grab the icon if you want right here and then search. This is very useful. Otherwise, you can just follow along because I already have the icon set up. So I'm going to write search, comma, message, comma, dark mode, comma, light mode, notifications, help, menu, and then close. And we're going to say from at MUI/icons material. And finally, we're going to import use dispatch and then use selector from React Redux, import set mode from state, as well as set logout, import use navigate from React Router DOM, and finally we're going to import flex between, like so. A lot of things we needed to import, but we're going to be using a lot of these things to create this complete navbar. So we're going to be creating a number of state and a lot of things over here. So we're going to create is mobile menu toggled, and set is menu is mobile. Actually, let me spell that correctly. Make sure you spell that correctly. And this is going to be the value to determine if we want to open up the mobile menu when it's in small screens, and we can use this to toggle it on and off. And then we're going to create dispatch equals use dispatch. So this is something you need to use so you can dispatch actions from the reducers. Then we're going to say const navigate equals use navigate. Then we're going to do const user equals use selector. use selector, if I spell that correctly, yeah. And then we're gonna grab the user information. Then we're gonna grab, or we're not gonna grab, we're gonna set a variable called isNonMobile screens. And we're gonna be using use media query. So this is a hook built into Material UI that allows us to determine if the current screen size of the user is below this min width or higher than min width. So it's an easy way to use a media query inside of React and not have to use like media query that you normally would in CSS. And so we go like this, we have our min width, everything's set, and I'm gonna say, and the final thing we're gonna set is the theme, and we're gonna be using theme. So basically, this theme will allow us to, if we go back to our theme.js file, we can use any of these colors that we've set. And as long as we specify, for example, theme.palette.neutral.main will give us this color if it's in dark mode. Otherwise, it can give us this color if it's in light mode. So it's very convenient to use this because it already automatically determines the color based on the particular mode. So this is why we use these type of colors. And so the first thing I'm going to get is neutral light. I'm going to say theme.palette.neutral.light. So it is kind of annoying that you have to write a lot of this stuff, but it makes it very nice and clean if you configure these variables before you write it inside the JSX. So I'm going to have a dark one. Then I'm going to copy this theme.palette, and I'm going to say we're going to get the background, theme.palette.background.default, and then we're going to do primary light. So we're going to do that theme.palette.primary.light, and then we're going to do const alt is equal to theme.palette.background.alt. So these are the colors that we'll be using. And then finally, we're just going to set the full name. This is a convenience variable. And we're going to set this as user.first name and then user.last name. So this gives us the full name access right here. And then from here, we're going to go to our JSX and we're going to define some variables here. So I'm going to do flex between. And inside the flex between, I'm going to set padding of 1 REM and 6% and a background color of alt. So again, we're using this reusable component. This has all those properties by default, and we can configure different CSS properties like we normally do with Material UI. And just FYI, Material UI has these box components like this one. So that allows us to pass in any type of CSS properties and then use them as a component property. So instead of padding colon this value, we're doing padding equals string, and we're passing in values. So it's very nice to use. But this is only available to the box component. If you use other components like button component, you cannot do the same thing. You have to pass it into a property called SX and pass it in as a property of an object within that. And I'll show you when we use that. So it'll make a lot of sense. And then from here, I'm going to use flex between again because we want to set the particular navbar gap as well. Now, if you go back and you look at our built component, I'm just going to sign in real quick just to show you. Seems like I did not. I'm going to re-sign this in. Fake location, fake occupation. I'm going to set a user. I'm going to say fake person at gmail.com, fake person register. Make sure everything works. Okay. And I'm going to say fake person at Gmail, fake person like that. We're going to log in and we're good to be logged in. And I just wanted to show you the Navbar like this. So I have this, if you see my other videos, I have this toggle pesticide Chrome extension, very useful to see what's happening in terms of flex and the displays. So if you look at this Navbar, we have a div and these two are separate. So we're doing flex between to show that these items are separate. And among this, we have another flex box in here. So you can see that these are all flexed within a flex already. Same with over here. So we're going to do that. So this is going to be the logo. So this, we're just going to do typography, passing in Sociopedia within. And inside, I'm going to set font weight of bold. I'm going to set a font size of clamp, 1 rem, 2 rem, 2.25 rem. So now if you're unfamiliar, clamp is a function you can use in CSS that determines a minimum value for a font, a maximum value for the font, and a preferred value. So it'll always try to be 2 rem, but if the screen size gets too small, we're going to go to 1 rem. If it gets too big, it's going to set 2.25 rem. It's very useful for fonts. You can probably use it for width as well. It's just more useful for fonts. Then we're going to set the color as primary, which is kind of a light blue color. And we're going to set on click. And when you click this logo, technically you generally want to navigate to the home page, and that's what we'll do with React Router. And then we're going to set an SX. So like I mentioned, this is where you can put CSS properties. If you have a situation where you're passing in pseudo properties, this is where you're going to have to do it. So in this case, when you hover, we're going to add some styles. So we're going to give it a color of primary light and give it a cursor of pointer. We're going to save that. That gives us our logo. And below this, and we're going to say if it's non-mobile screens, we're going to give it the search bar. So if it is above mobile screens, we're not going to show this. Or if it's, sorry, if it is a mobile screen, we're not going to show this. So we're going to do flex between. I'm going to close this like so. Make sure that's closing tag. And inside this flex between, we're going to have a background color of neutral light. Give it a border radius of 9 pixel. Gap of 3 rem in between the values. I'm going to give it a padding of 0.1 rem and 1.5 rem. So this is a shorthand. This means a 0.0 rem on top and bottom and 1.5 rem left and right. So if you have two values, it reflects top and bottom and then left and right. So that's a shorthand. And inside this, I'm going to put input base. I'm going to put placeholder of search. So that will give us a search value. And we're going to close this. We're going to say icon button. And inside here, I'm going to give it a search value, which is basically the icon. I'm going to save this. And everything gets formatted. And below this flex between, I'm going to create another comment. I'm going to say desktop nav. And below this, this will be navigation dedicated towards non-mobile screens. So I'm going to say is non-mobile screens again, and we're going to put a ternary operator. We're going to give this flex between and make sure we close that. And I'll fill this in a little bit. And for now, I'm just going to put icon button as a secondary, just so we can have this auto formatted I'll close this and then I'll fill this in. In here, we're going to give it a gap of 2 rem. I'm going to say icon button on click, and I'm going to dispatch set mode. So this is going to be the button for our light and dark mode. So this is the dispatch of the action that will change the mode in our Redux. So if I go back here, this will change the light to dark and dark to light. So if I go back here, I'm creating an icon button. And so if the theme.palette.mode is equal to dark, what we are going to do is going to have a ternary operator. We're going to set the dark mode icon and do SX font size. Like so font size just represents the size of the icon over here, or icon, yeah. And then inside the second option, we're going to pass in light mode. And I'm going to copy this SX over here. And in this case, we're going to set this as color of dark and then font size of 25 pixel. We're going to save that. So again, we're using Redux to flip the switch for the dark and light mode, and we can change the dark and light mode. And then from here, I'm going to say message, which is another icon. And actually, I'm going to be copying this SX equals font size because I'll be repeatedly using it. Same with the closing tag. So I'm copying that. So I'm pasting that for messages. We're going to do the same thing for notifications. Close that. Same with help. Close that. And then we're going to create a form control. So this is going to be for the drop down at the top right, where we can see the user that's logged in, as well as the logout button. And here I'm going to give it a value of EdRoh. Actually, this value should be full name. All right, and then here I'm going to say select. And inside here, I'm going to give it a value of full name and give it some CSS properties with SX. We're going to say background color of neutral light, a width of 150 pixel, border radius of 0.25 rem, padding of 0.25 rem, 1 rem. So again, a shorthand for 0.25 rem top bottom, 1 rem left and right. And we're going to do, we're going to select within. So the way we select within the CSS class, we're going to target a specific class name in Material UI. And you can do that by going into Inspector. You can search inside it to see which class you want to target. And occasionally you have to do this. It's a little annoying. But once you find this class name you want to fix, we can change it like this. Give this a 3 rem, like so. And then from here, I'm going to set and.mui select dash select focus. I'm going to say colon. I'm going to say background color of neutral light. Okay, and then the last thing we want to do is input. Input going to be /input base. So we're going to pass in an input of an input component of input base. And inside the select, we're going to say menu item value of full name. So this is not actually going to be like a select component where we're actually selecting from the dropdown. We just have a button when essentially this is just a button within a dropdown because the only thing you can select is the logout, which will take us to another page. But this is what we're using. We're going to say this is going to be full name as the value. And I'm going to set menu item. And I'm going to say on click, we are going to dispatch set logout. So when you click this menu item of log out, it'll take us and log out from our page. So it seems like I do have some kind of error. Let's see. And it seems like it starts from here. Okay. We can see colon like this. So make sure when you look at this, you can see why it's not saving. Most likely you have some kind of syntax error, and that's where I found it. So I'm going to save it. Now, Prettier is not yelling at us. And finally, we have the icon button. And inside the icon button, I'm going to say on click, pass this in, set is mobile menu toggled. And we're going to say is mobile menu toggled. So we're just going to flip it. So this is going to pop up an icon of a menu when you are in small screens. So that's what it's doing over here. And then below this, we're going to create the mobile nav. And in here, I'm going to say if it is non-mobile screens, so basically if it is a mobile screen, and if it is mobile menu toggled. So basically when you click the menu item, it should open up a box that will close it, or a box that will have the icons in there. And so this, since it's going to be a mobile in front of everything, we're going to give it a position of fixed. And we want this to take up the entire height, probably a width of like, 300 pixel, 500 pixel around there. So we're going to set this to the right. We're going to set it to the bottom as well, so it takes up the entire page, as well as give it a height of 100%. We're going to give it a Z index of 10, so it's in front of everything. Give it a max width of 500 pixel, min width of 300 pixel. And we're going to give it a background color of the background color that we set earlier at the top of the component. And then we're going to give a close icon after it as the first thing in our modal. And in here, I'm going to say display of flex. So I'm not going to use the flex between component because I just want justify content to be flex end. So this is specific, so we cannot use our reusable component. And we're going to give it a padding of 1 rem. And inside this, I'm going to go back up. I'm going to just copy this where you have the menu toggle, and we're going to just be using that in our icon button. So I'm just going to hit enter. We can do on click and pass in our close icon like so. And below that, I'm going to create menu items. So this is going to reflect closely to what we have earlier. It's just going to be slightly different, but I'm not going to make it reusable because there's some minor differences, so it's not worth going through the pain of trying to make it reusable. So I'm going to copy all this. Let's see, and we're going to go down to menu items. And I'm going to paste it all over here. So I copied everything from where the light mode stuff happens. So if I go over here, I essentially copied everything. Actually, let me redo this. So I copied everything at the beginning from the flex between in the desktop nav. And I'm just going to pretend you didn't see that. So let's delete this right here. And in this menu item, I'm going to repaste it with the flex between. And we're going to just modify some things here. So we're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to do flex direction of column. So what that means is that we're going to have it flexed up and down as opposed to left and right this time. We're going to do justify content of center so that we center it vertically and we center it horizontally as well with align items. And we're going to give it a gap of 3 REM instead. We're going to save that. And everything should be good. I'm also going to set this icon button to font size just in case we have the correct size. Everything else, let me double check, should be exactly the same. I think even this is going to be the same with 3 RM. Yeah. And with that, we have our navbar. I know there's a lot of moving pieces. Let me zoom out so you can see everything. You have the menu items, you have mobile menu, you have a close icon, you have the mobile nav, and then you have the desktop nav. You have all the different theme colors and the logo and the search. A lot of things going on, but this is probably one of the bigger components that we are going to be creating. This, I want to see the navbar for the time being. I'm going to add it to home right here. So I'm going to do, let's select this. I'm going to hit box. So we're going to import box from Material UI. And right here inside the box, I'm going to import navbar like so using IntelliSense. And I want to check if this is working on our live site. So this is our completed site, but let's look at our live site. So now we added this to the home page. So we have to go to the home page to see it. And we are waiting it for it to compile, compiled successfully. And now you can see we have light, dark mode. We have everything with our navbar complete. We have a drop down. We can log out if we want to. So perfect. Everything is working as expected. You want to show what it looks like when you're on mobile screens. It'll remove the search bar. Everything will become this, and you can open this up, close it as well. So that is everything, and it's working as expected. And with that, I am now going to be creating the login page and the register page. So if we look at the completed application, I'm going to log out. I'm going to show you, this is our login page. So we'll have a form, but using the same form, if you click don't have an account, sign up here, you can see that we have this form set up so we can register over here. So we can go back to login, we can go back to sign up over here. And we're going to be reusing some of the same components. So going back to the code, I'm going to close all this again, go to login page. And in here, I'm going to import the number of items. So I'm going to import box. I'm going to import typography, use theme, use media query. And inside of this, I'm going to use const theme, use theme so we can grab our colors again. And I'm going to do const is non-mobile screens. We're going to use media query like so, and passing min width of 1000 pixel like we did before. And inside here, I'm going to use box, and I'm going to create a few things. So actually, I'm going to copy a few things from the navbar because we have the Sociopedia value over here. So I'm going to just copy this typography, and we're just going to modify a few things. So in here, I don't really need an on click because we don't need to navigate with this typography. And then from here, I'm going to remove the color. primary. Actually, we can keep that. We can say font weight of bold, a font size of 32 pixel. We don't need a hover because we don't need to click on it. And around this typography, I'm going to get box like so. And I'm going to say width of 100%. Give it a background color of theme.palette.background.alt. I'm going to give it a padding of 1 rem, 6%. So 1 rem top and bottom, 6% left and right. Text align of center. So we center the text. We can save it. That should include the text at the top. And then after this, I'm going to create another box. And this will be the form box essentially. And inside this box, I'm going to set the width. If it is non-mobile screens, we are going to be setting a width of 50%. Otherwise, we want to set it to 93%. Again, these are just values that I tested around. Looks the best. I'm going to set a padding of 2 rem, a margin of 2 rem auto. And by the way, I'm using root em, so rem. This is based on the root size of the font. And by doing this, this allows us to have consistency across different browsers and font sizes. So that's why I'm using rem instead of other values. And occasionally we still need to use pixels here and there, but if you can use rem, might as well use it. We're going to have a border radius of 1.5 rem. I'm going to give it a background color of theme.palette.background.alt. And inside this box, I'm going to set typography like so. Give it a font weight of 500, a variant of H5, SX, of margin bottom 1.5 rem as text. And then here, I'm going to write a text. This is for just the description. Welcome to Sociopedia, the social media for sociopaths. And that will have our layout set up. And inside this box, I'm going to create a form component that I did not create yet. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to import form from ./form. This is again a component I have not created, so I'm going to go into the login page folder. I'm going to create a new file, call it form.jsx. Apologies, I have not closed the Explorer, so I'm going to do that. And in this form, this is going to be where we do all the register functionality. So there's going to be quite a bit of things to do in this component, but a lot of it is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward, I would say. But I'll walk you through everything. So import use state from React. We're going to go down. I'm going to import a number of items from Material UI. So I'm going to import box, button, text field, use media query, typography, and use theme. And then from at MUI/material. And also, I'm going to import edit outlined icon from at MUI/icons material, edit outline just for that particular icon. And then I'm going to import formic, which is going to be what we use for our form library. Then import everything as yup from yup, which is our validation library. We're going to import use navigate because we need to be able to navigate when they register and log in. We're going to import use dispatch because we're going to use React Redux to store our user information. We're going to import set login once the user sets their login page. Then we're going to import drop zone, so we can drop a file or let the user put in the image so that they can upload the file as well. And then also we're going to import flex between, because we're going to be using that component quite often. And that should be our imports. So in here, I'm going to create the schema. So these are the yup validation schema. So this will determine the shape of how the form library is going to be saving this information. So I'm going to say register schema yup.object.shape. Shape. And I'm going to pass in all the values for our schema. And we're going to have first name, last name, email, password, location, occupation, and picture. And for the values, I'm going to do yup.string, required, and required. And I'm going to have this for pretty much every single one of these values, since I'm not going to spend the time to validate everything perfectly. This will make it just easier for us to deal with at the time being. And the only one that's going to be different is going to be email, because it's already configured for us by yup. So we don't actually have to do anything, and that's why I am setting up this particular one. Required, true. So basically what this is doing is that when we validate our inputs to make sure, for example, they don't put something that isn't correct for first name, if you put like a weird symbol or something else, it's going to show an error. And also if you don't have anything in that value, you're going to have a required value error that pops up. So that's what this is kind of doing. Same with this. If it's going to say, if you don't have a correct email address, it's going to say invalid email. And if it's empty, it's going to show required. So depending on which error is prevalent, it's going to run that. And also we're going to have a login schema, and we're going to set yup.object.shape like so. And I'm going to pass in email, the same thing as well. And same thing with password. So login is going to be like a stripped down version of the register schema. So we can reuse some of the values. And in here, we're going to do const initial values register. So now, while the schema set up the validation, this sets up the initial values. So I'm just going to do first name, empty string, like so. And so I'm just going to copy this, so I can just write last name, paste, email, paste, password, and then paste it, location, occupation, picture. And then finally, we're going to do the same thing for login. So we're going to have email, paste it, password, paste it. And then after all that, we can now create our form component. So we're going to make sure we do export default form. Make sure we don't forget that. And in here, I'm going to create a number of states. So I'm going to do page type, and I'm going to set page type like so. I'm going to say use state. Oops. And it's going to be login. So we're going to have a situation where we set the page type to be login or register. So we're going to display a different form depending on this state. And then here I'm going to grab the palette from use theme. We're going to set up dispatch like we've done before. Then we're going to use navigate, so we can navigate to different pages. We're going to do is non-mobile, and we're going to use the same media query we did before. So min width, and this one's going to be 600 pixel because we have a different criteria for this one. So I'm just going to set it like that. And finally, just to make it convenient, because we'll be using this number of times, we're going to say page type is going to be equal to login. Actually, that there should be triple equal. And that's going to be a variable of isLogin. It's just to shorten it, makes it easier. Same thing with isRegister. Just makes it very clear and concise. And by the way, this is a more advanced topic, but naming is one of the hardest things in programming. isLogin, when you have a Boolean, it's almost so nice to keep it with a prefix of is. So if you can, try to prefix a Boolean with is. That will show you that this is going to be a specific Boolean. It helps with naming, keeps it very simple if Boolean always starts with is. I know some people do like has something and then they change it to is. I personally like it if it's always is, because you can clearly see when something is a Boolean and or not a Boolean. And with that, I'm going to create a function before we write the Java, the JSX. I'm going to create a skeleton for handle form submit, and this is going to be asynchronous. I'm going to give it a value of values on submit props. Now these arguments are going to come from Formic, and I'll show you where we are going to be using it. But for now, we're just going to keep it empty, and I'm going to return the Formic component, like so. And inside the Formic component, this is where I do on submit and pass in the handle form submit function that I just created. And also I'm going to set the initial values. I'm going to set isLogin, initial values login, and initial values register. So if we're on the isLogin page, we're going to initialize our values with the login component or login object that we created. Otherwise, we do register. And we're going to kind of do the same thing for the validation schema. So if I go down, I write validation schema. We pass in isLogin, login schema. We do register schema, like so. And this is very convenient. I like how this is set up for Formic. We have the initial values validation schema. It's pretty simple to use. Now there's a weird part of the syntax, and it's going to be right here. So I'm going to create curly braces. I'm going to put parens with another curly braces. And I'm going to pass in a number of values in here. So values, errors, touched, handle blur, handle change, handle submit. Actually, no. Handle submit, like so, set field value, and reset form. And it seems like it's giving me some kind of error over here. I'm not exactly sure why. What is that saying? And in here, so we have reset form. So like this, I want to do arrow function like that. So make sure you're getting this, you're correcting the syntax. The syntax can be a little wild right here, but these values allow you to use them inside your components and your form. So it makes it very nice to use. And with this, we want to add a form HTML tag. I'm going to do on submit equals handle submit. So what Formic is essentially doing is grabbing the handle form submit and passing it in our Formic so you can pass it into our on submit function. So once we have that, now we can do all the form stuff inside this like normal. I know this is a little bit of a funky syntax, but you know, sometimes you have to. React hook form has its benefits, but also has some other downsides, but I won't get into it. So we have box like so, and inside the box, we can do display of grid. So we're going to use a grid for this section. And we're going to set a gap of 30 pixel, meaning you have a gap between items of 30 pixel. And I'm going to set a grid template columns. And we're going to do repeat of 4, comma, min, max of 0, 1 fractional unit. And this will be our grid template columns. Min, max. So what this is saying is that we're going to split our grid into 4 sections. And it's going to be a minimum of 0. So if it gets too small, it's going to shrink all the way to 0. Otherwise, we're going to split this into equal fractions of 4. So if you take a look on the final application, we're basically splitting this into 4 sections. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same with over here. And you know what? I could have split this into 2. You could split this into 2 if you wanted. But I'm keeping it as 4. So I'm going to set this as SX and passing in and div. So what we're doing is we're targeting any divs of this as a child component. So anything, or a child class. So anything right below it as div, we're going to add a property of grid column, capitalized like that. And if it is non-mobile, meaning wider screens, we're going to say undefined. But if it is mobile, we're going to say a span of 4. So essentially, when we specify our text field, we're going to give these guys a grid column span of maybe like 2. For example, right here, these will be 2 on larger screens. But when you get smaller to a mobile screen, these are going to become a span of 4. So they'll take up their own entire width. So that's why I am doing this particular section. So you don't have to use mobile media queries aside from this one, and it makes a very clean code without much complications. And right here, I'm going to set a bunch of text field with is register. So in this case, if it's on the register page, we're going to have a number of components over here. And we're going to write our first input, which is going to be text field. So that's like the input component from Material UI. I'm going to close it, but I'm going to pass in a number of parameters over here. So I'm going to say label of first name. I'm going to say on blur. We're going to pass in the handle blur. So this right here, these values are going to handle the situation when you click out of a input. On change will handle the situation when you're typing in this. We're going to give it a value of values.firstName. And then I'm going to say name is going to be first name. So we sync it to the correct value in the initial value. So this has to align with the name you are setting down here. Not the label. This is just the display of the text. And then we're going to set the error to be a Boolean of touched.firstName. So basically, if the first name has been touched or not, and we're going to do the same thing with Boolean errors.firstName. So we want to check if it has been touched or if there is an error. Then this will show that we have an error for this particular text field. And we're going to do the similar things with helper text, and we're going to do touched.firstName and errors.firstName. So what this is going to do is, if it has been touched, but we have an error, we're going to be showing the error. Otherwise, we will show that it's been touched, or if it hasn't been touched as well. So this will show the helper text when we need to. And then finally, we can do SX grid column and give it a span of 2 for this. As I mentioned, in larger screens, it's going to have a span of 2. In smaller screens, this is going to override this guy with span of 4. And now I know there's a lot of properties over here, but it's very nice because you can just copy and paste it like this multiple times, and all we have to do is change the values. So if I go like this, I want to change this to last name, and then from here I can do Command D, select all of these guys, change it to last, and then that's our next input. So it's very convenient. I'm going to do the same thing. This is going to be location, and this one's going to be occupation. So I'm going to set this one as location. Same with the name. Actually, I'm going to change the last name, Command D, change all of these to location. And then finally, I'm going to do this for label and occupation. Dot. Change the last name as well. This should be occupation. And then from here, I did forget that we need to change this to span of 4 because these take up their own line. And I'm going to save that. And then finally, we're going to have to deal with the box of, inputting profile image. So this one is going to be a little more intense. So we're going to say, we're going to give this a grid column of span of 4, like we did before, with a border of 1 pixel solid, palette, neutral dot medium. So again, this is a shorthand of border with 1 pixel, and it's a solid line with this color. So that's a shorthand for borders. We're going to do border radius of 5 pixel, a padding of 1 rem. And inside this box, now we're going to use the component from dropzone. This is where we can have an automatic configuration so we can pass in files and have validation as well. So we're going to say accepted files is going to be .jpeg, comma, .jpeg, .png, or comma, .png. So it will only accept that particular file. I think it might not be working. I'm not entirely sure. I've had weird scenarios where it doesn't properly accept those. But here we're going to set multiple to false. So that means you cannot set multiple files. We just want only one image at most. And then from here, we're going to set on drop. So this is going to be the callback function of what we do with the files once a user drops it in here. So we're going to pass in accepted files. And in here, we want to set field value. And we're going to set this as picture, comma, accepted files 0. So what this is doing is, since these text field is different, we want to set the set field value for a specific formic input being picture. We can use the set field value to set those values if we need to. And in this case, since we're using dropzone, we need to set this value manually. And up here, we have a callback function. And again, this is going to have some weird syntax, and this time is from dropzone. So we're going to pass in get root props and then get input props. So we can use those props and pass it within the JSX inside of here. So we're going to give it the box like that. And we're going to do some styling over here. And what I need to do is I'm going to pass and get root props. Now this is something you have to do with dropzone. So you're basically just passing the props that they give you, passing it into the immediate div that's underneath. And then from here, I'm going to put the border. I'm going to give it 2 pixel dashed with the palette primary dot main. So this is another border shorthand. And we're doing pad of 1 rem, SX of, and we want to target the hover. So when we hover over it, we want to change the cursor to pointer. like so. It's all a bit of funky syntax going on, but it's just this one section where we pass in files, so it is acceptable. So input, we're going to pass in get input props. We're going to invoke it, and we're going to close this input. And inside of here, I'm going to do values.picture. I'm going to do a paragraph tag saying add picture here. So if essentially the values doesn't exist for the picture, we're going to display this text. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to show the name of the image that's been added. So values.picture.name, like so. And then we're going to pass an edit outlined icon. And that is essentially our drop zone. So now let me go back and I'll show you what we have created. So this is how it originally looks. Add picture here, because there's no value, we're showing this. But once we add some kind of image, it will show the image name and it'll show an edit icon. And we can change it if we want to again. So that is our drop zone. So that's all we have to do for our drop zone. So now there's a lot of HTML tags, so be very careful of where you put this. So you have drop zone, you have box, you have an empty tag. You want to go after this guy, but in between the box. And I'm going to create a couple more text fields actually. So I'm going to go up, I'm going to copy this occupation. So now this is in the section, if you remember closely, this part is enclosed just for the register section. So this is for register. But this section is going to be the section for both login and register. So that's going to be email. So this one is going to be email. And this is going to have to also change to email as well, like that. And then I'm going to copy this and paste it one last time. And this is going to be password. And the one difference here with the password, we want it to be hidden. So we can do type password and it'll hide the value. I'm going to change the email as well. All of these. And we're going to do password. And then finally, with this, we have our closing box. So underneath the closing box, right here, I want to create the buttons section. So this will be the register button and the text below it to switch between register and login. So I'm going to create another box over here. I'm going to say button. And inside this button, I'm going to give it some properties. This is going to be full width, a type of submit, SX of margin 2 REM 0, padding of 1 REM, background color of palette primary dot main, give it a color of palette dot background dot alt, and we're going to say and hover colon color palette primary dot main, like so. And inside this button, I'm going to do is login with login as the text if it's a login and register if it's not. And I'm going to do another typography. So this is a link below to switch between login and register. And in here, I'm going to set on click. And we're going to set page type from is login If it is login, then we're going to set register. Otherwise, we are going to have it login. And then reset form. So now when we switch between register and login, it's good to clean up the inputs that they already have, or else you'll have some bugs. And then inside this, we're going to have SX of text declaration, and we're going to set underline. For this one, we're going to give it a color of palette primary dot main, and we're going to say and colon hover, and we're going to give it a cursor of pointer when we hover over it, and give it a color of palette dot primary dot light. Save that, and inside the typography over here, I'm going to do is login. Then we're going to have a text of don't have an account question mark sign up here. And if you're on the register page, we're going to have already have an account login here. And that should cover most of everything that we have for this. Now, the only thing missing is going to be the logic when you click on register or login. So that is going to be handled because of button type submit. And anytime you have a button type submit inside a form, it's going to run the handle submit function of this. So on submit. So we're going to run this, and the handle submit essentially is this handle form submit function that we created earlier. So what we're going to do is we're going to go in and we're going to pass the logic in that we want. So if we are on the is login page, we want to run some functionality that will call our backend that we have created for logging in. And we haven't created this function yet. So it's a login function with on submit props. So we are going to pass that in. And if it is register, we're going to do the same thing with the register function values. Now it keeps auto typing it for me, but we're going to create these functions. So on submit props, we're going to be passing it into these. So the first function we're going to create is going to be the register. So we're going to do register const register async values, comma, on submit props. And in this, we're going to create something with form data. And we're going to use form data. Normally, you have the values. So every value that we've created inside the text field, these values will show up essentially in this value. And these values get passed into the register function, which we are using. So typically, we normally could just use that and pass it into our request body itself. But because we have a picture image, we're going to have to use this thing called form data from the JavaScript API. So this, I'm just going to write, this allows us to send form info with image. And what we have to do is we're going to create, this is essentially like an object, but we have to add it in a special way. So let value in values. So meaning we're going to go through, loop through every key value in this object, and we're going to append it to the form data, like so. Now I know this is unconventional, but when you have an image, this is one way to send the image through the request body. And this will cycle through all the values added to form data. And the one thing we need to append actually is going to be the picture path. And the picture path is essentially going to be the name. So that is identified by, if you go back to our server and we create assets, so p1.jpg, that is the name of the file, and that's going to be our path. And we need to append this manually because we add the images, that's how it's going to be working. And then finally, with that, we can do saved user response. To save whatever is returned from the backend, we're going to do a fetch call to call an API and do http://local host colon 3001, because that's what we set the port to. And we're going to do register, like so. And inside here, I'm going to create an object and say method colon post, and we're going to give it a body of form data. So we are now sending this form data to this particular API call. And I'm going to say const saved user, and I'm going to do await saved user response.json. I'm going to invoke it. So whatever we get, we're going to save it over here. We're going to make it into a parsable form with .json. And with that information, we want to make sure our form is reset. And that's why we are passing an onSubmit props. This comes from Formic, and that's why we're continually passing it in. And we want to do reset form. This provides a number of functions with Formic. And if saved user, so if we successfully succeeded getting the user, we're going to say set page type to be login. Otherwise, we're not going to re-navigate. So this is going to be our register function. And then we're also going to create the login as well. And I'll demonstrate all of this very shortly once I have this complete. And this is going to have the same arguments. And I'm just going to copy this over, save the user response. And instead, the saved user response, we're going to have logged in response, like so. And instead of this being registered, this is going to be login. And we're going to set of headers of content type, since we're not doing the form data now, application/JSON. I'm going to hit a comma. And inside the body, I can just do JSON.stringify and pass the values in directly because it's formatted formatted in the correct way already. And we're going to do const logged in is equal to logged in response.json. And we're also going to reset form as well when we log in. And if that API call has succeeded and the user successfully authenticated, we're going to dispatch and we're going to set login with user logged in.user like this, token logged in.token. Now, if you remember where this is coming from our Redux state. So if you go set log in, we are setting the user and the token inside our state, inside our store. Now, if you know this action.payload, if you want to pass it into the payload, if I go back to the form, you have to pass it into an object with the user like this. Just keep note of it. This is the one quirk of Redux Toolkit that you can see. But once you understand it, pretty convenient. And once you have that, we're going to navigate to the home. So you should be able to successfully authenticate. And with this, let's double check our terminal, make sure we don't have any errors. So we're good. And we're going to go to our site. And I am going to navigate to the home page, or not the home page, but the login page. So we don't have an account created here. So I'm going to write don't have an account. I'm going to say fake man. And I know there's a warning over here, controlled input. That's because we're kind of switching between, but this is non-relevant. I hate to ignore a warning, and I don't do that often, but this is one of the situations where it doesn't affect anything. And we're going to say fake location in California, fake con man. I'm going to put a random image. Let's say I look like this person. Okay. And then I'm going to put fake man at gmail.com, and then fake man as the password. I'm going to register, and it seems like we do have an error. So let's double check. And actually, I know why. The reason why is we are not running our server. At some point, I closed it. So I'm going to create another terminal. So I'm going to do cd ... So I go to the parent, and now I can go into the server file. I'm going to run npm run start. Let's make sure this is running. And then we also have our information, so we can try registering again, and then we have something successful. Perfect. We have the user coming back in. We can ignore that because we already fixed that. So we're going to say fake man at gmail.com, fake man as well. Just note that we don't have any validation checks, so this is case sensitive for the email, but typically you want to change that. And then we have login, and now we can log in perfectly. One thing to note is if you have the Chrome Redux DevTools extension, which is available in Brave and Chrome, and I know there's probably a Firefox version as well, you can go to the Redux tab and you can see the state. You can see all your current state as well. I know it's a little hard to see. I'm not entirely sure to how to make this bigger, but you can see that we have the user information that we saved in as well as the token. And just to note, we have this saved in our local storage. And if you're ever curious what's stored in the local storage, you can go to the application tab under local storage. You can click your current browser, and you can see that we have all of these stored in our local storage because of Redux persist. There's one last thing I want to configure for authentication. Now that we have the user and the tokens, we can go to app.js, and in here I'm going to do const is auth, meaning whether they're logged in or not, which is determined via use selector. And we're going to grab the state. We're going to grab the state.token. So if the token exists, we are authorized. So we can add this to our routes. So in the element section, I'm going to put is auth with homepage, and if it doesn't, or if you're not authenticated, we're going to do navigate using that component from React Router, and we're going to navigate to the login page. Actually, this should be closing tag. And we're going to do the same thing over here for the profile page. Colon, like so. And I did not close that. And I believe that's correct. There's one extra one. Okay. So basically now the home and the profile user are protected. You need to set the token. Now, someone could obviously just set the local storage and make sure they have some random token in this case. But even then, those routes are protected, so it doesn't really matter if they can do that. So this is just a UI, more of a UI visual thing so that they can't access these pages. And they'll just navigate them back to the login page if they go to it directly. And with that, the authentication and authorization is complete. Now the next thing on our list is going to be the home page and the layout. So we're going to be working on each of these widgets, as I call them, one by one. But before we start creating our first widget, we are going to create a component, and this is going to be called widget wrapper.jsx. So like before, this widget wrapper is going to be a style component. So I'm going to go to flex between, copy the imports, paste it. I'm going to create widget wrapper. And it's going to equal styled box and theme like so. and pass in an object. And in here, we're going to give it a padding of 1.5 REM, 1.5 REM, 0.75 REM, 1.5 REM. So this is a shorthand, if you didn't know. This represents top, right, bottom, left. So it goes clockwise. So if you have 4 values for padding, you can add 4 values to represent each side. It's quite handy, so you don't have to specify different padding for each side. And then from here, I'm going to say theme.palette.background.alt. So if you're using style components, you can pass the theme over here and grab the value. And also, by the way, I'm missing a parens right there. And then from here, I'm going to do border radius. And it's going to be 0.75 REM. And finally, I'm going to export default widget wrapper. So this will wrap our widget, give us a base styling for every single widget, including like the border radius and the color. So it'll help us build some of these widgets a little faster. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to be building is going to be a user image widget. So user image JSX, like so. And in here, we're going to import box from at MUI/material. I'm going to do const user image is equal to image size equal to 60 pixel. And in here, I'm going to just return a box. Let me export default first before I forget. And in here, we're going to have a width of size and a height of size. So we have a default height and width if we don't specify. And then we're going to add an image tag. And in here, we're going to have style is equal to object fit cover. So it takes up the entire space as necessary, and it does crop it as necessary. So in a way, if you have your images that are centered, like all the important information is in the center, object fit cover is a perfect fit because it does crop the side if it needs to fit the dimensions. We're going to have a border radius of 50%. So this is a circle. So essentially, this user image is going to be the profile image that you see for each user, which is just going to be that circle. And we're setting the width of size, height of size, an alt of user, and the source of http://localhost 3001 assets/image. So this will grab the profile image as needed for each of the profile users. And this is just a convenience component that we can reuse. So we're going to save all those, close them. And now I'm going to go to our directory, and I'm going to go under widgets. I'm going to create a new file called user_widget.jsx. So this user widget is going to be this right here. So we're going to create this first. And by the way, user image represents these guys. Widget wrapper represents just the styling of each widget. So that's what each one does. And so in our user widget, we're going to do some imports. So we're going to import, and let me close this. We're going to import a number of icons. So we're going to import manage accounts outlined, edit outlined, location on outlined, work outline outlined, and all from at MUI/icons material. From here, I'm going to import box from MUI material in addition to typography, divider, and use theme. Then we're going to import user image that we just created, as well as import flex between, and we import widget wrapper. And as you can see again with the source configuration in JS config, we can grab the route via components because we start from the source, we do components, user image. So we can always start from here as opposed to just doing relative imports like this. And that will give us what we need. But this is much more cleaner, more effective. And then from here, I'm going to import use selector from React Redux. I'm going to import use effect from React, as well as use state. And I'm going to import use navigate from React router DOM. And below this, I'm going to do const user widget is equal to user ID picture path. And in here, I'm going to add some state. So I'm going to add user set user use state null. So this is how we're going to grab the user from the backend and save it for our use. And then we're going to do const palette is equal to use theme. Const navigate is equal to use navigate. Const token is going to be use selector. And we're going to grab from the store. And then we're going to grab, oops, I don't know why that did that. And then from here, I'm going to grab colors from the theme. So dark equals palette dot neutral dot dark. I'm going to just copy this so I don't have to write too much. So I'm going to const medium equals palette dot neutral medium. And then const main is equal to palette dot neutral main. And again, this is all coming from the themes file. You can check all those colors out. And here in our user widget, when we enter this particular page, we want to grab the user information. So we're going to call the API to grab this user. So the way to do that, you can do const get user is equal to async, like so, and we're going to make an API call. So we're going to call this response await fetch, and we're going to pass in HTTP :// local host 3001 users / user ID. I'm going to put a comma, and then I'm going to do an object method get, and then headers with authorization bearer token. So now if you remember why we are doing this is if you go back to our server, we go to middleware, we go to auth, you can see in our authorization, we are writing bearer in our authorization header. And we are taking everything behind it, which is the token. That is how we grab the token and then we verify the JOT token. So this is what's happening over here. And with that, go to the next line, we're going to say const data is equal to await response.json, and we're going to set user as data. It also occurred to me that instead of setting the user, you can set the user Actually, no. No, this is correct. This is correct. Don't worry about it. Ignore what I said. Use effect. And what we're going to do in this use effect is we're going to grab get user. We're going to invoke that. And we're going to hit with an empty array. I'm going to do ESLint disable line React hooks exhaustive depths. Sometimes I really hate when ESLint tells you that you have exhausted depths, you're missing this, but a lot of times I don't use exhaustive dependencies. But anyways, what this means is that when you enter this page, and because this is an empty array, get user will be called when you enter or when you render this component the first time. So on this page, get user will be called because this component gets rendered. And this is how you make that API call. And so we also need that if user does not exist, we need to return null. So if we don't have a user, we don't return anything for the user widget yet because it will error out. Because what we're going to do next is going to destructure items from the user. So like this, and we're going to grab properties from it. So first name, last name, location, occupation, viewed profile, impressions, and friends. So if we didn't have this, it's going to error out if user doesn't exist. And it always doesn't exist until the user gets back information. So it's always going to show an error. But with this, this will be fine. Typically, you would have a loading component, by the way. You would have a loading component while the user is waiting. But to make it simple, we're not going to handle all the loading states. All right. And then with this, we're going to use our widget wrapper. And this is the purpose. We're always just going to wrap our widgets with this to make it more convenient. It doesn't save too much code, but enough because we use it enough. And so we're going to write the first row. So here, we're going to do flex between. So actually, before I go doing that, let's ignore this. Before I do this, you can see this is going to be the first row. So I'm going to turn on this. This will be the first row. This will be the second, third, fourth sections. And as you can see, we're using flex for each one of these. This is flex. This is split into two. And then you can place these together. And then this will be left aligned over here. This is flex between right here. These two, this element right here, over, like you see where I'm circling, and this one is flex between. And then these two are flex between in this particular div. So a lot of flex is going on, but pretty self-explanatory once you get the hang of it. So flex between, we want to do a gap of 0.5 REM, so there's a space, a padding bottom of 1.1 REM, and on click, we want the user to be able to navigate to the profile page if they click on it. We have not created the profile page, but I am just going to write this just for now, and we'll handle the profile page later on. And by the way, I have a PB. So in Material UI, you have some shorthands with padding and margin because you use it so frequently. So PB can represent padding bottom. So you don't have to type the entire thing. And then from here, we're going to do flex between gap of 1 REM. And inside here, I'm going to use user image and put an image of picture path. Like so. And then I'm going to put a box. And inside this box, I'm going to say typography with the variant of H4, color of dark, font weight of 500, SX of and colon hover. And we're going to do color colon palette primary dot light. We're going to do cursor of pointer. I'm going to close this typography, and inside here I'm going to write first name and last name. So that will be first and last. And then finally, below this, I'm going to do typography. Give it a friends dot length. So to show the number of friends that they have, friends, and we're going to give this a color of medium. And then finally, I'm going to have an icon that says manage accounts outlined, and we're going to close that. And after that, I want to add a divider between our first row and our second row. Our second row will be here. And this one is going to be a little bit simpler. So we're going to do box with a padding of 1 REM for top and bottom, 0 for left and right. Then we're going to add a box with a display of flex, align items of center, and a gap of 1 REM, margin bottom of 0.5 REM. Note that this is a little different from flex between. We don't have justify content with space between. We don't want to use that. So that's why I'm manually writing it. And from here, we're going to do location on outlined. We're going to do font size of large. And we're going to give it SX of color and a main. A color of main. Actually, let me do a self-closing tag. And then right here, I'm going to do typography with the color of medium. I'm going to put location over here and close it. I'm going to copy this and place the box over here. And we don't need the margin bottom this time. Change this to work outlined. And then change the location to occupation. So that is our second row. Then we have the third row. And in here, we're going to have a box of padding 1 REM, 0, once again. And I'm going to do flex between margin bottom of 0.5 REM. And see how useful flex between is? We've been using this multiple times, and it saved us a lot of typing. So typography is going to be over here. We're going to say who's viewed your profile. And I'm going to have a color of medium. Actually, this should be in curly braces, not in quotes. So I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to give it a font weight of 500. I'm going to do viewed profile. And in here, the color should be main this time. And then from here, I'm going to copy everything in between. I'm going to do flex between here. And inside, I'm going to paste what I had. And we're just going to change the text. It's going to be impressions of your post. And this should be impressions. There's a lot of typing for this, so we're just going to breeze through everything. So we're going to do fourth row. So the final row, we're going to do a box with a padding of 1 REM, top and bottom, and 0 left and right. And in here, I'm going to do typography with a font size of 1 REM, color of main, font weight of 500, margin bottom of 1 REM. I'm going to write social profiles. And I'm going to write flex between, give it a gap. And we're going to do gap of one REM, margin bottom of 0.5 REM. Then I'm going to do flex between with a gap of 1 REM once again. I'm going to put an image tag with the source, and we're going to do ..assets / twitter.png. So we're going to source the image that we manually placed into the front end. And then we're going to do a box with the typography and color of main and a font weight of 500. And inside here, I'm going to write Twitter. And below this typography, I'm going to do color equals medium. I'm going to do social network. And then below this, I'm going to write edit outlined, do SX of color, :main, like so. So that is our first social icon. So I'm just going to give it some space so we can distinguish the section. And we're going to do this one. I'm going to just paste everything. I'm going to give it a gap of 1 REM, no margin bottom. And in here, there should be LinkedIn this time with an alt of LinkedIn. Here, there should be LinkedIn as well. And this should be network platform, like so. And with that, our user widget is now complete. So now we want to input this into the right location. So I'm going to go to homepage, go to our index, and this is where we will write and input our user widget. But before that, let's actually add a few things. Let's add a variable for is non-mobile screens, because this is going to be responsive. And I'm going to say use media query, import that, and I'm going to set a min-width of 1,000 pixels. And I'm going to grab user information of ID and picture path using use selector. Make sure you import it, and we're going to do state.user to grab it from the reducer. And in here, I'm going to set up some layout stuff. So I'm going to do box. And I'm going to add some properties inside. I'm going to add width of 100%, padding of 2 REM, 6%, display that if it's non-mobile screens, we're going to give it a flex. Otherwise, we're going to do block. So that means when we display for big screens, that's why you can have 3 widgets in a row, whereas on smaller screens, we're just going to have them on top of each other. And then we're going to set a gap of 0.5 REM and justify content with space between. And below this, I'm going to create a box with flex basis is non-mobile screens. We're going to set it to 26% and undefined. So these are values that I arbitrarily decided looked pretty nice. And in this box, I'm going to set user widget, which does not seem to be exporting. Let me make sure On the export user widget, go back to that file. We're going to write export default user widget. That's why right now I can finally import it like this. There you go. And the user widget requires a few properties. So user ID, lowercase, and underscore ID is what we're passing down, with a picture path of the picture path that we grabbed from the store. So that is how we set up our user widget. Now, before we go on to the next widget building it, let's actually finish up the layout on this homepage. So here I'm going to write box, and I'm going to do flex basis. And actually, I'm going to just copy this over from there and paste it and change this to 42%. Again, arbitrary values that I found looks nice. And we're going to set is non-mobile screens. We're going to give it a margin top of undefined, meaning it does not have any margin top for desktop. But if you're on smaller screens, we need to give it a margin top of 2 rem, because now they're stacked on top of each other and you need some margin when you're dealing with it. All right, so we're going to close this. And in here, we're going to add some widgets, but just not yet. And we're going to add another layout element, and this will only pop up for desktop screen. So your friends list will only show on desktop, as well as the advertisement. So we're going to have a box of flex basis of 26%. And we're going to be closing this box. So we're going to fill out what these widgets are going to be as we go through. If I actually take a look, I see that I have made a mistake with this. This is aligned left to right. So if you go back, you want to move manage accounts outlined on line 77 after the flex between on 78. So move it after that. And then also, if we go all the way down to line 143, this flex between line 143 should be placed all the way up right below manage accounts outlined. Now, if you look back, now everything's fixed. We're missing some dividers actually. So if I go back after divider second and then third, we'll now have the dividers. Everything should be aligned perfectly. There we go. As you can see, I make some mistakes. I'm only human. But always, you can just double check with the UI. You always want to make sure as you go along, you're double checking what you have. The next thing we're going to create is going to be this component. We're going to call this the MyPost component, and you will be able to write things. You'll be able to add an image, just like we did before with the component. We can add it, and then we can hit post, and it should add a post at the very bottom. So as you can see, we just added this. So we're going to go back to our code. We're going to close this. And inside of box, I'm going to write post. I'm going to write my post widget with picture path of picture path like so. And I'm going to import my post widget from scenes widgets my post widget. We have not created it yet, so let's do that. So we're going to create a new file, my post widget.jsx. Inside this component, I'm going to close this first. Inside this component, I'm going to import a lot of icons, edit outlined, delete outlined, attach. Should make sure you don't have all these errors. Attach file outlined, GIF box outlined, image. I need to spell this correctly. Image outlined, mic outlined, more horizon outlined. The last one's kind of weird. So from at MUI icons material. So a lot of icons. And then from here, I'm going to import a lot of material components, box being the first one. I'm going to import divider, typography, input base, use theme, button, icon button, use media query. I'm going to save it and I'll align. I'm going to import drop zone from React drop zone. Import flex between. Okay, well, IntelliSense fixed my error for me. And I'm going to import user image. Import widget wrapper. And then we're going to import use state. I'm going to import use dispatch as well as use selector. And then import set posts from state. So a lot of things to import. We have a lot of things to do for this component. So I'm going to create const my post widget is equal to picture path. I'm going to create a bunch of state. So I'm going to do const dispatch use dispatch const is image set is image. So this is going to represent the switch, whether if someone has clicked the image button to open up a place to drop an image if they want to for the posting. So we're going to start with false. And then from here, I'm going to do another state. This will be the actual image if they actually drop it. So we're going to set image there. And then we're going to start with null. Then I'm going to do const post, set post with use state of empty string. So this will represent the actual post content of description. And then we're also going to do palette. So we're grabbing our colors once again. Then we're going to grab underscore ID from our store, from the user. So use selector state with state.user. So this will be something we can send to the backend so we know who's posting the content. And then token use selector will be used to authorize this user to call this API. State.token, like so. And we're going to give it is non-mobile screens variable. So we can use a use media query. So I'm going to pass in min-width 1000 pixel. Const medium main equals palette dot neutral dot medium main. Const medium is going to be palette neutral dot medium, like so. So now we have all our state, we have all our colors. It's a lot of things going on over there, but we should be good. Now, before we do anything, we're going to create the function that handles our post and makes the API call. So I'm going to do const handle post async. And here we're going to use form data again because we are passing an image. So we have to use it one more time. So form data like so we can pass the image. And we're going to append manually some properties and values. So I'm going to append, let me spell form data correctly, append user ID underscore ID. And then I'm going to do form data dot append with description. And I'm going to pass in post like so. I'm going to do if image. So if there is an image, we are going to do form data dot append to the picture key. We're going to pass the image. So if you remember, just as a summary, just as a reminder of what it's doing, if you go down with the post section, we have upload.singlePicture. So it's grabbing the picture key that we're adding in this certain scenario, and it's uploading this specific image right here. So just as a reminder to show you what it's actually doing. So form data, append, picture, path. So in addition to the image, we need the image name as well. So that will determine the path of the image. And then after that, we're going to do const response, await, fetch, and we're going to pass in http ://localhost 3001/posts, like so. I'm going to do comma. I'm going to give it a method of post with the headers of authorization and a bearer token, like so. I'm going to do body of form data. So that will be particularly our response. And we're going to do const post equals await response.json. And from here, I'm going to dispatch set posts and give it a post value. I'm going to do set image of null and set post of empty string. So this will basically reset all the state that we have once we make an API call. So this will keep our list of posts. This will send the post information to the backend, and the backend will return our list of updated posts, if you remember that. And just FYI, and this is why it's so important, when you look at this, when you're building this application, you have a set of mocks. You have to know, as a front-end developer, and as a back-end developer as well, you have to plan beforehand, because I've seen this happen a lot, where you waste a lot of time because you consider things like, when you go to this page, we want to get the list of posts right here. So you're going to make an API call, you're going to get a list of friends, you're going to get this as well. But it's hard to remember what you want to do when you update some information and what needs to change. So for example, if I remove this person as a friend, it's hard to remember that you need to change this as well. So you need, when you add this, you need the updated friends list coming from the API so you can update that. Same with this. If you have this post, or like if you add this post, right? When we added this post, we need a return of either the newly updated post and we can just add it to our current list, or we can get the entire list of the posts and just replace this list of posts right here. So you always have to consider, before you build the application, how you're going to set up the data before you make the API call and then after the API call. You have to consider what's going to happen on the front end of what changes. It might sound fairly obvious, but when you get in the thick of things, it's very easy to forget that you might need an updated version of all those. And things like that can take a lot of time if you don't plan ahead. And it's happened to me quite often. So that's why a lot of times, a lot of front-end work ends up being handling API requests. It takes a long time dealing with updates and changes and things like that and trying to sync with the backend. There's a lot of complexity there, and you shouldn't underestimate those problems. Anyways, a little bit of a rant. Here we're going to return. I'm going to add a widget wrapper. And in here, I'm going to add a flex between with a gap of 1.5 REM. And inside here, I'm going to say user image with the image of picture path. And we're going to have this self-closing. So this is the circle with the profile user. And then we're going to do input base. And inside, actually, this should be self-closing. We're going to have a few properties in here. So we're going to have a placeholder with what's on your mind, ... And then on change, we're going to give it an event, and we're going to say set posts should be e.target.value. So this input should be updating the set post state that we created, and the value should be post. So it's a controlled input. And we're going to do sx, give it some styling. So width of 100% takes up the entire width of the parent component. And then we're going to do background color with palette.neutral.light with a border radius of 2 REM. And a padding of 1 REM, 2 REM. 1 REM top, bottom, 2 REM left, right. And then after this flex between, we're going to have isImage. So basically, if they click the image, they want to add an image to the post. This will open up this div. So we're going to give it a box. I'm going to close it, give the box some properties. So I'm going to do grid column of span 4. Actually, no, sorry. We don't need a grid column. We can just say border radius of 5 pixel. Give it a border of 1 pixel, solid, and give it a medium color with a margin top of 1 REM, padding all around of 1 REM. Inside this box, I'm going to give it a drop zone, so another fun little file dropping area. And what I could do is I can go back to our form component, and we can just copy the drop zone. So a lot of it will kind of be the same. There will be needed some modifications. So I'm going to just paste that. I'm going to save it so we have it aligned. This is good. Instead of set field value, we're going to change this to set image. Oops. Set image, and I'm going to pass accepted files 0 in there. And inside here, I'm going to put flex between. And wrap this box around. The box get root props border. This is all good. 1 REM, cursor pointer. We want to give this a width of 100%. The input is good. Instead of edit outline icon, it should just be edit outlined. Instead of values.picture, we're going to say image.name. And instead of values.picture, it's going to be exclamation image. And then instead of picture, it's going to be add image. So everything is pretty clean. And then let me check. So below this box, I'm going to add an image. And I'm going to add an icon button here because this time we're going to add a trash icon if they want to remove the image. So we're going to do onClick, and we're going to do set image null and SX of width 15%. And we're going to have a delete outlined. So this will give a trash icon if we put an image there. And that is our drop zone. So we're going to have a box, we're going to close it. And then from here, we're going to have a little divider and say SX margin of 1.25 REM, 0, like so. And we're going to close this. And then finally, we're going to create all the icons below. So I'm going to say flex between, and another flex between over here with a gap of 0.25 REM, on click, set is image, exclamation is image. So this will turn off and open the image drop zone. I'm going to put image outlined with the SX of color, medium, main. I'm going to have that self-closing. Here I'm going to put typography, close that, and inside the typography, I'm going to put color of medium, main, SX of and hover, with a cursor of pointer, a color of medium. And in here, I'm going to put image. All right. After the first closing flex between and before the second one, I'm going to add a section where if it's non-mobile screens, because when it gets small, all the icons get smashed together. So we want to be able to address that. So I'm going to put this to address the situation. And I'm just going to add a closing tag here so we don't have any syntax issues for now. We're going to add a flex between, give it a gap of 0.25 REM. And inside here, I'm going to create GIF box outlined with an SX of color, medium, main. I'm going to close it. And then I'm going to say typography with color, medium, main, clip as well. I'm going to copy and paste all four of these. So this, instead of GIF box, I'm going to do attach file outlined. I'm going to put attachment. In here, this one's going to be mic outlined, and we're going to do audio. I think that's actually it. Clip, attachment, audio. Okay, yeah. I added one too many. So these won't have any functionalities for the sake of time. But we'll keep going. So we're going to have gap of 0.25 REM. And inside here, because there's not enough space on smaller screens, we're just going to add one icon. And this is going to be more horizon outlined SX of color, medium, main, and close that. So this will be 3 dots instead. And once we have that, we have one last thing we want to address is going to be the button of posting. So the button will have a value of post inside it. And by the way, this is within flex between. And this is going to start with disabled exclamation post, and we're going to say on click equals handle post. So the handle post function that we created earlier will address this situation. And then from here, we're going to do SX, pass in color with palette dot background dot alt with the background color of palette dot primary dot main border radius of 3 rem. And with that, we have essentially our My Post widget all completed. And it's already placed into the right location. So let's check it out. So this is our completed app. Okay, so we do have module has no export. So it seems like I did not export it again. Okay. I need to remember to always export. Export default, My Post. So I'm going to refresh it. Now you can see what's happening here. So let's check. So test. Let's add our image. We're going to post it. And everything works. So now we don't have the My Posts widget, so we have not placed the posts, but we are making an API call, and we're getting the list of posts as well when we return it. So it's working as expected. Perfect. Next thing we're going to create is going to be the posts widget and the singular post widget. So we're going to have the plural version of the widgets, so that's going to have all the posts, and the singular post widget for each one of these. So let's get started. So I'm going to go into the widgets folder, and we're going to create posts. New file post. Okay, if it would let me type. So posts widget.jsx. I'm going to create another file called post widget.jsx. So I'm going to have those two open. Close all of these. And we're going to start with plural posts. And we're going to start importing. So we're going to import useEffect from React, import useDispatch, and useSelector. Then I'm going to import setPosts from state, and import post widget from /post widget, which is something we'll create and export as well. So here, I'm going to create our component posts widget equals user ID is profile equals false. So those are the arguments that we have. And just so I don't forget, I'm going to do export default post widget like so. Make sure I don't forget that. In here, I'm going to do const dispatch, use dispatch, so we can use Redux. Then we're going to do const posts and grab the store list of posts. Like so. And then grab the token as well. So use selector. And grab the token. All right. So we're going to make two different API calls over here. The reason why we're doing that is because of this tag is profile. So the post widget is going to do two things. On the home page, it's going to grab all the posts from anybody. And that's going to be the API call regarding, if you go down to the routes and you go to posts, that's going to be all of these posts. So get feed posts. So that's what's going to happen on the home page. However, if you go to the profile page, meaning a specific user's page, we're going to call get user posts. So we're going to address both of these situations. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to get posts like so, with async. And then we're going to make an API call. So const response equals await fetch. We're going to do HTTP colon localhost colon 3001/post. This will grab all the posts, give it a method of get and headers with an authorization colon of bearer and token inside, like we did before, to validate the API call. And then we're going to make it usable with response.json. And once we get the response, we're going to get dispatch. We're going to set the posts value inside our store with the data that we got back. So that is going to be our get post. Now we're going to copy this entire thing, and we're going to do the same thing for get user posts. But the URL is going to be slightly different. So after post, we're going to do slash user ID slash posts. And this should be a template string this time. So I know it's a little bit of funky syntax. We have user ID slash posts. Let's actually make sure that's correct. So yeah, post slash user ID slash post. Probably get rid of that, but we're going to keep this for now. You could probably get rid of this like extra slash post. It's kind of redundant, but up to you. So from here, we have set post, and we're going to do exact same thing afterwards. So in here, I'm going to do use effect. I'm going to do if is profile. We're going to make the get user post API call. Otherwise, we do the get post call, which is pretty straightforward. And I'm going to give this an empty array so it only calls once. So we're going to do ESLint disable :line React hooks exhaustive depths. Get rid of that annoying warning. And under here, we're going to return empty fragment. But all we're going to do is with the posts that we get, we're going to create a component for each post. So inside of here, I'm going to do parens in a bracket, and we're going to destructure a number of items from each post. So ID, user ID, first name, last name, description, location, picture, path, user, picture, path, likes, and then comments. And then from here, I'm going to return our post widget. And we're going to pass in a lot of different props. So I'm going to copy this entire thing. I'm going to select all the commas with Command D, hit equals, put curly braces, and we're going to write each one individually. And also we need a key as well. So React doesn't give you a warning. So you're just going to pass it as ID. In here, I'm going to change this to post ID. And then we're going to change this to post user ID. Yeah, this should be underscore. This should be user ID. And actually, instead of first name, last name, we're going to put name. And we're going to pass in first, actually, $, curly braces, first name, space, last name. We're going to have description, and then location, picture, path, user picture path, likes, and then comments. And that should be all the values that we're going to use for our post widget. And I made sure to export. So from here, I'm going to go to our post widget now and fill this out. So we have a number of imports here. Import chat, bubble, outline, outlined. And then from here, I'm going to import favorite, border, outlined, favorite, outlined. So these are icons for liking, and then share, outlined. And then from here, I'm going to import a number of component from Material UI. So import box, divider, icon, button, typography, and then use theme. I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to import flex between. I'm going to import friend from components/friend. Now we have not created this. So actually, let's do that real quick. So I'm going to go to components, create a new file, and call this friend.jsx. So this will be used in this component as well as the friends list component. So this is going to have a number of items. So we're going to import, let's say import person, add outlined with person remove outlined. And actually, just to prevent confusion for you, friend is going to represent these guys right here. So see these three items right here. This is particularly a friend component. Or actually, not this, but this. Since we're reusing these, we want this to be a separate component. So we're going to go back and fill out our friend component. So here, we're going to have import box from Material UI, icon button, typography, and use theme. Then we're going to import use dispatch with use selector. We're going to import set friends from state. We're going to import flex between and import user image. And we're going to have the friend component, and the friend component is going to take the friend ID with name, subtitle, and user picture path, like so. And again, I'm going to make sure I export default friend. Inside of here, I'm going to do const palette use theme to grab the colors, const dispatch equals use dispatch. I should probably like copy this at some point because I keep writing the same thing. So we're going to do navigate equals use navigate, const underscore ID. I'm going to do use selector. I'm going to pass in state with state.user, const token as well, use selector. I'm going to grab the state.token. We're going to grab friends from use selector. So we have not configured an API call that grabs our friends yet, but once we do, we would be able to grab it here. Actually, it grabs it from the users. Sorry, you don't need an API call for that. The user will have friends array attached. So we can deal with that. And then we're going to have from here, actually, let's move this because this is all the colors. We should make the colors together so it makes a lot more sense. We're going to do primary light equals palette dot. I'm just going to copy palette to make it easier. So we're going to do primary dot light const primary dark equals palette dot primary dot dark const main equals palette dot primary or palette dot neutral dot main. Same with medium, neutral, medium. And finally, we want to check if the user is a friend. Because if it's a friend, we want to show an icon that shows that they're going to remove the friend. If they're not a friend, we want to show an icon that makes it look like they'll be able to add the friend. So this is why we have this functionality. So what we're going to do is friends.find. We're going to check if the friend exists and if the friend ID is equivalent to the friend ID being passed in from the parent component. Then we can trigger whether if they're a friend or not. And so we're going to create a function that will make an API call whether they'll be able to add the friend or not. So if you take a look, so let me go back to the code, or let me go back to the website. If you take a look, this friend component has, since this person is already my friend, we're showing a minus icon. So if I click it, now it shows going to show that we can add this person as well. So depending on whether they are a friend or not, it'll show a different icon. So that's why we have this is friend. And that's why we need to create an API call to make sure we add the friend and remove the friend. So we're going to give it a response within the wait of fetch http :// host 3001 users / ID with friend ID. So for that, remember, for add removing a friend, we need to pass in both the ID of the current user and the friend ID that we want to add or remove. And here we're going to have a method of patch, this time with the headers of authorization, bearer of token, like we did before, and content type of application JSON. With that API call, we're going to do const data await response.json, and we're going to dispatch set friends with friends and data, like so. Inside here, I'm going to return. I'm going to pass in flex between with a flex between of gap of 1 rem, and then with the user image, an image of user picture path, and a size of 55 pixel. And inside this, we're going to have a box and give it some properties. So say on click, and we're going to navigate to /profile/friend ID. Now there is a bug, is that when you go to the user and you go to a certain person's profile page, and then you try to click on someone else's profile page and try to go to that user, the URL does update with React Router, but the components do not re-render. Now there's a workaround to it, but it's very complex. But there's an easy workaround, which I'm not too big of a fan of, but it does the job. So basically, it would go to the next user's page, and then we will refresh the page. I'm not too big a fan of solution, but it's a dirty workaround that we have right now. So I'm not entirely sure what the best solution is. I just didn't want to deal with having to write a long workaround to get all the components working in that in that particular edge case. So this is kind of a little bit of a hacky way to deal with that. So with that in mind, like in real production app, you're going to have to fix that. But for something small project like this, I don't want you to get hung up on fixing little edge cases like that, because that's not too important unless you're dealing with a real project. All right, so we're going to give this a typography with the color of main, with a variant of H5, with a font weight of 500, and an SX of and colon hover colon color of palette dot primary dot light with a cursor of colon pointer. Inside here, I'm going to pass in name and also typography with a color of medium, a font size of 0.75 rem, and a subtitle. And below the first flex between closing tag, we're now going to add the icon button of the remove and add of the user. So I'm going to do on click. I can do patch friend like so, and do SX of background color of primary light, padding of 0.6 rem. And we're going to say if it is a friend, we're going to add an icon that says person, remove outlined, give it a SX of color, colon, primary, dark. Make sure that's closing. I'm just going to copy this so I can just paste it over here, and this should be add outline. So depending on if they're a friend or not, we're going to show a different icon, and then we're going to save it. And it seems like use navigate has not been imported, so I'm going to import use navigate. Use dispatch, everything's good. Make sure everything is typed in, you have no typos, and we're going to save it. And with that, we can go back to post widget. Then we can import our friend that we were working on, and we can continue our imports. So we're going to import widget wrapper, import use state. By the way, I know this part is kind of tenuous. We have the posts, the post widget, and the friend component. So the post, by the way, is probably the hardest part of the front end. There's a lot of functionality to it, a lot of little things happening. So just understand if you're a little confused on what's happening, don't worry about it. Just trying to piece it together slowly. So we're going to import use dispatch and then import use selector. And then we're going to import set post like so. From here, I'm going to create a component, post widget. And in here, I'm going to pass in a lot of the things that I passed in prior. So if I go back to posts widget, go down, I can essentially just copy this so I have the same values. The only thing we don't need is going to be the key. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the equal sign and the opening braces like this. I'm going to hit Command Shift right, and I'll select everything from that point to the end and just hit back. And I'm going to put comma. So that's a neat short way to get rid of all of that. And then I'm going to have a return like so. And this is where we're going to write our logic. But before that, I'm going to do export default post widget. And we're going to add a number of state like we did before. So here, I'm just going to, let's see if this works. So I'm just going to copy everything over here. I'm just going to modify if I need to. So palette, use theme, use dispatch. I don't need use navigate. So use selector, I grabbed it from the token. I don't need the ID. I don't need a list of friends either. So that saved me writing some of the code. so I'm going to add a state called isComments, set isComments. So this is just going to determine if we open the comments list or not. So we can keep it as useState false like this. We have the token. Then we also need the const logged in user ID. Now I'm being more explicit because it's very confusing because you have friend IDs, you have the current user ID, you have the poster ID. You want to be more explicit in this case of which ID represents who. So that's why I'm writing logged in user ID as opposed to regular user ID. So I'm going to do state and then state.user._ID. And then from here, I'm going to do const is liked. So now this part is a little confusing. So I'm going to write Boolean likes of logged in user ID. So if you remember correctly on the backend, we have set, if I go to the models and set to the user, and I look at, actually, sorry, post. That's what I want to look at. We set the likes to the type of map and of Boolean. So what this represents is that we're going to have a likes is going to be an object that looks like user ID, whatever, some value, blah, blah, blah. User ID is going to be true. And then user ID 2, actually, let's just do this. True. So this is what it's going to look like. So if the user ID already exists in this object, then we can check if they exist to see if this current user has liked it or not. If they haven't liked it, it's not going to show up in this object. So that's why when you do likes, you're passing in the logged in user ID. So the current user ID that's logged in, you're going to check if it exists in here. And that's going to give us a Boolean from there. If they don't exist, it's going to be false. So that's how we check if the user has liked it or not. And the reason why we need that is if you go back and you can see if I have liked this, we need to know and we need to keep track of if the current user has liked it or not. Because if you refresh and you come back, this needs to keep the state of which the user has liked it or not. That's why we can't just do, we can't just put this as a count. Like there's a possibility of storing just the number of likes in the backend, and you can have, whenever the user clicks this, it'll increase the number of likes, but you won't be able to track whether that particular person has liked it or not. So the user can just continually like it, increase the number themselves if they continually refresh the page. So you have to handle this on the back end by keeping track of who liked it. So this is, again, another reason why you need to do data modeling beforehand to catch situation like this. And then also, we're going to get the like count. So the number of likes that this post has, we're going to grab via object.keys likes.length. So this grabs the number of likes via how many keys there are. And after that, we only need medium, and we just need primary. So palette.primary, and then .main. And then with this, now we can create a function that will change the number of likes. So we're going to create a function called patch like. We're going to do async. And we're going to make an API call. So we're going to do response equals await fetch http://localhost:3001 post/post ID /like colon. And I'm going to do method patch like so. We're going to set a headers with an authorization of bearer like we did before. Now, since we're always doing the bearer, we could have made an abstract wrapper function so we don't have to constantly write this, but it's not too much extra code. So I'm going to do content type application /JSON. And we're going to do body JSON.stringify. And we're passing in the user ID so the backend could keep track of whether the current user ID has liked the post. And what this response is, what we configured it was to return the updated post. So we are just returning the entire post. I spelled this wrong, so it's giving me some funky results. So response.json will give us the updated post from the backend. So then that means we can just update the post instead. So that's why if you go to state, if you remember correctly, I'm going to go through the list of the post to try to find the post that we just updated. And if so, we're just going to replace it. And this is basically replacing that single post. Otherwise, we just return the original post if we did not find it. And so if I go back to post widget, we have our patch like function. Now we can write our JSX. So in here, I'm going to do widget wrapper with a margin of 2 rem, top and bottom, and 0 left and right. And in here, I'm going to create the friend component. So this is why we created it. So now we're actually creating the component of post widget, but we just need to pass in the correct things. So friend ID is going to be the post user ID. So the ID of the user who posted it. Then we're going to do name, pass in their name with the subtitle, in this case being the location, and the user picture path being the same user picture path, like so. We're going to have a typography with a color of main, SX, margin top of 1 rem, and pass in a description. From here, I'm going to do picture path and pass in an image. And this image is going to have a width of 100%, height of auto, alt of post, style of border radius 0.75 rem, margin top 0.75 rem, and we're going to give it the source of http://localhost:3001 assets/picture path. So this will be the post path or post picture that we're creating right here. And then from here, we're going to create flex between with a margin top of 0.25 rem. Make sure to close that. And I don't know why it didn't automatically close it for me. and then flex between, give it a gap of 1 rem, close it, and then one more flex between, so there's 3, and this one has a gap of 0.3 rem, and we're going to pass in icon button on click patch like. And in here is going to be is liked with favorite outlined SX of color primary. And we're going to make sure it's a closing tag, colon, and I'm going to do favorite border outlined. So this is determining the icon button whether someone has liked it or not. And below this icon button, I'm going to do a typography of like count so that displays how many likes there are. Okay, so after the following flex between, so I just want to be careful I don't mess this up. So there's 2 closing, 1 closing above. In here, we're going to create another flex between with a gap of 0.3 rem. And actually, I can just probably just copy this. And I'm just going to remove everything inside. And on click, we're going to remove the patch like to be set is comments. And we're going to revert is comments. So it'll open the comment section and remove it. And we're going to have chat bubble outlined like so. Inside here, we're going to do typography with comments.length. So that determines the number of comments as well. All right, so we have to be very careful to figure out where to place it. So this is the liked, then this is the comment section. And then from here, below this flex between, so there's 2 closing flex betweens, we're going to have an icon button with share outlined, like so. And then this one should be closed. Let me double check. And then we should have below this flex between, we're going to do is comments. So just make sure we aligned a lot of these flex betweens. It's nice, but you see, it's hard to figure out where it aligns. So this is where we're going to display the actual comments. So we're going to have a box with a margin top of 0.5 rem. And I'm going to iterate through our comment section. There's a comments.map. Pass in a comment with an index. And in here, I'm going to return. I'm going to return a box and close the box like that and give it a key with a name dash I. So that will give it a unique index. The reason why I have the I, which is 1, 2, 3, we pass in the name as well. The reason why we do that is to make this unique, because index 0, 1, 2 might not be actually unique. So you need to keep that. You need to add something to make it truly unique. Okay, so we have a divider. We're going to do typography, SX, pass in color, colon main, margin of 0.5 rem, with 0, padding left of 1 rem. Make sure we close it. And inside here, I'm going to pass in comment. And it seems like we have everything aligned properly. And then there's actually one more divider right below it as well. We are exporting. We have the post widget over here. We have the friend widget. And now we can check, go back to home page, and we want to add the widgets over here. So my post widget, we should have the posts widget underneath, passing in the user ID underscore ID. So cool. And let's double check. Maybe favorite border outlined is not defined. So if I go back to post widget forward outlined, that should be, actually, let me double check. There we go. Favorite border outlined. Okay. Everything's imported. Ah, perfect. And let me double check everything. So we have a like. Okay, it does not seem to update the likes. So let's fix that. Comments is working. Let's see if we can add a friend. It does seem to add it. Perfect. We don't have the friends list yet. We'll get to that. The only thing that's not working is the like button. So let's go and take care of that. After looking through, I figured out what the problem with the like is. If you go back, I had a little bit of a typo. If you go to the index state post underscore ID. So you want to put a dot over here. Make sure you have that dot. Let's save it. And now I'm going to refresh it. Let's go back. Everything should work as expected. Great. We have the comments. We have add friends, remove friends. Our post sections is now complete. Post section was probably the hardest part because there's adding, removing, and adding likes. Removing likes is quite tough. It might not look as if it's a hard issue, but it can be quite challenging. All right, and the last two widgets that we need to take care of is going to be this advertisement widget and the friends list widget. These two should not be as involved as the other two, so we're just going to handle those. So I'm going to close everything. I'm going to just close a lot of these folders so we can focus on the right things. So under widgets, I'm going to create a new file called advert.widget.jsx. Close this. I'm going to import typography, use theme as well, and I'm going to import flex between, and then import widget wrapper. And I'm going to create the advert widget, like so. Make sure I export default advert widget. And from here, I'm going to do const palette equals use theme. And we're just going to grab some colors. So we're going to grab the dark. So palette dot neutral dot dark. I'm going to copy palette dot neutral like so. Const main equals that. Main as well. Const medium with palette dot neutral medium. And we're going to return widget wrapper. And I'm just going to do flex between with typography, color of dark, variant of H5, font weight of 500. I'm going to write sponsored. And below this, I'm going to do typography with a color of medium And we're going to write create ad. And below this flex between, I'm going to do image width of 100%. Height of auto, alt of advert. Source of http://localhost:3001 assets. I'm going to just do info4.jpg. So this is just a hard-coded image. We're not going to actually implement an advertisement here. So we're just going to have border radius of 0.75 rem, margin of 0.75 rem top bottom, 0 left and right. Then we're going to do flex between, and we're going to do typography with a color of main. And we're going to say Mika Cosmetics. And don't go looking for it because I just made that up. I don't know if it's a real thing. If it is real, then maybe you can go check out their products. It's not a sponsorship. So Mika Cosmetics.com. And below this flex between, we're going to do typography with a color of medium, margin of 0.5 rem top and bottom with the 0 left and right. And I'm just going to write random text. So your pathway to stunning and immaculate beauty, and made sure your skin is exfoliating, skin and shining like light. And that's pretty much our advert widget. So we're just going to go to our home page, go to our index file. We're going to go under this flex basis, and I'm just going to add the advert widget. Like so. Nice and simple. It does not take anything inside. So that's all we need to do. And also I'm going to create a little box with a margin of 2 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. So this is just going to get some space in there. And we're going to create the friends list widget now. So friend list widget.jsx. I'm going to close this, close the advert. And in here, I'm going to do some imports. So import box, interior UI, typography, use theme. We're going to import friend from component friend, import widget wrapper, import use effect, import use dispatch, and use selector. Then I'm going to import set friends. From here, I'm going to create a component called friend list widget with user ID. And I'm going to make sure I export this friend list widget. And in here, I'm going to go over to, let's see, what's the most similar? Yeah, I'm going to go to the friend component. I'm just going to copy this, see if this works out. We're going to have dispatch. And instead of navigate, we're going to do theme, use theme. We don't need the ID, but we can keep the other two. Just trying to find ways to shorten writing some of this. So we're using the same thing over and over. And from here, I'm going to create a function called getFriends, so we can get a list of the user's friends. We're going to do response, await, fetch. And the reason why we can't just grab it from the user list of friends, we're going to be using this friends list widget if you click on someone else's profile. So this will grab the list of users for that specific user ID. So we need to make sure we're handling not just the current user, but also other users as well. So http://local host 3001 users / user ID / friends. And in here, I'm going to do method :get with headers of authorization bearer token with const data of await response.json, and we're going to dispatch set friends with friends of data. So we're setting our data, or setting our friends list in our state. And we're going to make sure we got to call this. So we're going to do use effect, like so, get friends. And in here, this should be empty array. And we're going to do ESLint disable line React hooks exhaustive depths. And in here, we're going to return a widget wrapper. Do typography with a friend list. And inside the typography, we're going to give it some properties. So we're going to do color palette dot neutral dot dark with a variant of H5, font weight of 500, SX, margin bottom 1.5 REM. And inside here, we're going to do box, give this a display of flex, but the flex direction will be column. So it'll go up and down instead, and we're going to give it a gap of 1.5 REM. And what I want to do is I'm going to map out friends. And for each friend, I'm going to use the friend component. Actually, let me fix the syntax over here. I'm going to do friend. And I'm going to pass in key of friend._ID, friend ID, friend._ID with a name of friend.first name, friend.last name, give it a subtitle of friend.occupation, user picture path with friend.picture path. And that should conclude our friends list widget. We can go back to index.jsx and we're going to pass in the friend list widget. Close it, but we're also going to add the user ID property _ID. And with that, hopefully, we can see our friends list. Perfect. We can remove it. We can add them. Go down, add a random person. We have our friend list. We have our add, all working, light and dark mode. Everything is working as expected. Now the only thing left is going to be the profile page. Now in our completed application, if we take a look, we go to Steve Ralph's page, we can see most of everything is going to be all widgets that we've already created. And that's the whole purpose of React. You can use reusable components and we can reuse them for different purposes. So here I have this user widget, I have the friend list widget, the my post widget, and the post widget right here. So we can use pretty much everything. We can go to another person, we can have their posts, we can see everyone else's posts as well, we can like, we can see the comments, things like that. So everything is all set up. We just need to set the layout, but we can reuse a lot of the same components. So let's actually get to it. So if we go to scenes. We're going to go to profile page. We've already created the layout. All we have to do is set this up. So we're going to import a number of items. So we're going to import box, use media query, and close this, close this, close this. I'm going to import use effect with use state, and then import use selector, React Redux, import use params. We're going to import Navbar because we need the Navbar again. Import friend list widget, import my post widget, import posts plural widget, import user widget. And then from here, I'm going to do const user set user. So in this case, we need to set the user specific to this page. So we're going to keep it as local state. And we're going to grab the user ID from the URL. So if you've noticed, so I'm going to go back. You've noticed the user ID, if I click on this, I get a profile ID right here. And we've set that before when we navigate to someone else's page. We are able to get this information and use that as our user ID. So with that, we also are going to get the token as well because we're going to make an API call. State, and we're going to do state.token. And we're going to do is non-mobile screens. We're going to grab use media query. And we're going to pass in min width of 1,000 pixel. And I'm going to call a function called get user. So we're just going to get the user information for this page. So we're going to do const response equals await fetch http :// localhost 3001 users / user ID. We've already made this type of API call before, so we're just going to repeat that again. The method of get, we're going to do headers again with authorization of bearer token, like that. And then we're going to format the response that we get with response.json, and we're going to set the user as the data. And finally, we're going to make the API call using useEffect with get user, passing an empty array and disabling the linting. React hooks exhaustive depths. And also, again, if the user does not exist, we're going to return null. So we don't get any errors. Inside of our JSX, I'm going to add box component. I'm going to add a navbar. And actually, what we can do is go back to the home page. We just copy some of this, and we're just going to modify it. It's not exactly going to be that similar, but some of it will be similar. So we're going to have 2 REM, 6% flex blocks. This time we're going to have a gap of 2 REM. Justify content of center, because now we want it to be center location. So this is going to be 26%. We're going to have 42%. We're not going to have a separate third column. In here, flex spaces, we're going to have a user widget. We're also going to have a box of margin of 2 REM, 0, left, right. I'm also going to have a friend list widget of user ID equals user ID, like so. this should be pretty good and similar. My post widget should be there, except this should be user.picturePath. Then we're going to have posts widget, which should be pretty identical. We're just going to set this as user ID. And we're just going to say this time is profile. So we're just grabbing this person's user. And then from there, I'm going to copy this box. So we just have a little margin right there. And with that, we should be able to get the same output as here on our completed app, but not without some errors that we have to handle. So ID is _ID is not defined. Okay, so if I look over here, this is not correct. This is not defined. But also, what's the next error? Picture path is not defined. So if I go over here, this should be user.picturePath. And I think that should cover all of it. So if I go here, click on Steve Ralph, and I can see this is working as expected. We have friends, we have all our friends. We can go back and go to the main page. We can go to someone else's profile. Same with this. Everything is working as expected. Perfect. And with that, that is everything in our application. This was quite the complete package. We have done everything from backend to frontend using MERN, setting up our databases, setting up authentication with JWT tokens. We have set up the front end with responsive layouts. We have responsive layouts on smaller screens, full screens, things like that. We also have light and dark mode. We can add friends, remove friends. We can like a user's post, dislike them. We have also the comments list. We have information all coming from the backend. So we're not using actual fake data. We're actually using real data that we are putting into the Mongo database. We even have a page where you can go for a person's profile page and grab all the information that they have and see what they have there. We can even create our own posts as well. And we can register a new user logging in with validation. We have done everything from complete scratch. I'm very glad that you are able to get through this entire application. It's not easy to do all of this work. This is a lot of information and hard. It's a hard project because it's doing everything. This is complete from backend to front end. See how they connect, see how they work together. So you have done a great job getting up to this point. Now, if you have any questions about this project, you can write a comment below, see if there's anything you like, and tell me if there's anything you want me to build for next time. But also, please, if you do, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe if you like this content, so I can see you next time with the project that you want to see next.